Well, I can safely say that setting the show for 10:30 was a little over ambitious. Barely had time to get a coffee in. I don't know. Just a fool. Is everybody doing all right? Hopefully everything's still working. Let's get rid of that. So, anything new? What's going on, guys? I must admit, this thing's making me cough again. I don't know why that is. It's not supposed to make me cough, is it? See if I can get this. And what I'm going to try and do is if I can get the right machine up here. I'm going to get the chat window out so I can see what's going on. Because I can never... Hang on, I'll find this in a minute. And do it in such a way that we don't get a horrible echo all of a sudden. It's great, even I didn't get notified this show was coming on. Let's have a look. Right, there we go. I should be able to call that. Bring the chat window out. There you go. And that can bugger off. There we go. Ah, there you go. Got a chat window. Ha ha. Yes, hi again. Yeah. Seems so long ago. Oh, hang on a minute. Let's get Andy in. Hang on a sec. There you go.
Hey, you put the old girl back together.
I'm getting quite organised now. This is quite ridiculous.
What was wrong with the 80? You were just looking at something?
Oh no, she had. There was a couple of envelopes that had gone short, and just needed opening out again. It's just the parts really. Just need a little squiggle, and I normally get some sorted out. Hang on, another Andy. Oh. Guten Tag.
Hey.
Guten Abend.
Yeah, and there was one voice that was drifting away, and I had to bring her back.
Ich habe die Teller gefunden. Sorry, I was German. I found the plate. I just wanted to... I'm glad, Andy, I'm glad you're there, because you think I'm being proper clever. But sometime in the mid-80s, my mum...
You did remember it, though, so that's good enough.
Well, I used to eat my dinner off it, but my mum painted a whole load of dinner plates. She was doing like a porcelain painting class at night school, or for whatever reason. And this is it. So you can actually... I don't know if you can see it on there. You can just just about make out? It says Narcissus, pseudo Narcissus.
Sure, yeah.
And at the bottom, daffodil. I used to eat my dinner off that. So that's how I knew it. It's as simple as that. I used to eat my dinner off it every day. That's how fucking clever I am. You see.
It's like the smiling bunny at the bottom of your bowl. You know.
Well, yeah, it is, but except it's daffodils. It's painted daffodil by my mother. God rest her soul. So when she passed away. This came to me, so yeah. You can use all these things.
Who said
to make
kids
yourself...
don't learn anything, right?
Well, yeah, I had my dinner off it. Yeah.
Learn while you eat.
That's right.
No,
yeah.
Narcissus, pseudo Narcissus. Okay, fine. I've learnt that. I also know Rosa.
You little flower.
I am. The other one was Rosa Canina. That's a good one. Go on then. Anybody? Rosa Canina.
Plants have fun names, but some of the animals have some of the greatest names. There's
that's right.
The African hoopoe has one called Upupa epops. The only member of the family Upupidi. So
they're not real, are they? You just know. Oh, there we are. So I'm glad you're there. I just wanted to share it because of your comments in the chat during PSN. I thought, no, if I can find that bloody plate, I'll. I never use them now, because they're like, oh, I can't do that. Or they're sort of washing away, and no, I'm not doing that. I'm going to keep them as they are.
I've never read a Latin book per se, but I've learned plenty of Spanish, which is obviously Latin based.
Yeah, I love it. Sorry.
Hey, babum tish. Well done, Sass.
And obviously with all the science stuff I study, there's a shitload of Latin in there as well as the medical stuff. So.
But it's not Virgil, is it? Or Cicero?
It's not literature, but it's Latin, or at least Latinized. Like
Yeah,
Carl
that's it.
Linne was Linnaeus, right? The famous taxonomist.
Yeah, yeah.
So his name was Latinized to Linnaeus. But
It's fun.
I was never this educated.
Well, we had no choice. We were forced to do Latin. It was one of those things, because if you were going to study any form of science, it was assumed that you would have to have at least a basic understanding of Latin and Greek.
Well,
And
we were
yet
forced to play rugby.
my mind was a sponge in those days, and now it's turned into a bar of soap.
yeah, it happens.
It's
All the damn
it's
stuff
like
I forgot.
it's like any muscle. If you don't exercise it, it wilts.
I've heard that. I've heard about that. Yeah.
Well, you also only have so much room in there too. So if I, stuff I did remember and I still use occasionally, I need to make room for more stuff. So it's got to go, right?
Should get this in.
And the good thing about Latin is that
Sassy, you've disappeared.
There's a cliffhanger.
Yeah, that was a cliffhanger. isn't
Oh,
it?
sorry, that was me. I'm using the wrong keyboard again.
Have you just kicked him?
Hey, no, really, when I said hi, Inky, and Sass disappeared.
Kit was tired of hearing about Latin.
I know the feeling. It's I pale into insignificance.
Hi, Inky. You all right?
It would be easier just to say
TW.
hi, Inky. I'm not typing it in because apparently it kills Sass, so I won't do it. So hi, I go hi, Inky.
There's a target on my back, isn't there? People are hunting for me.
I don't know how that happened. Seriously, I just got. That's why I put the keyboard over there now, because I go. Well, I don't want to accidentally type something in the chat and it'll kill something. It's ridiculous.
It was a good show earlier. It was really nice hearing from Jim again. He's a very knowledgeable, smart, talented bastard. Really.
That was rude.
Yeah.
I always admire and simultaneously hate people with that level of talent.
Oh, get it. Cool. Blimey, Sass. Cool.
Well, no, I mean it's like when even you and Jim watching you guys perform. It's sort of, wow, fantastic, you bastards. It's sort of.
Yeah.
I wish I had the cojones to put myself out there like that.
Fella of your size, I'm sure you do. But honestly, to be quite honest, right, seriously, right, I have to. I go back and I've watched it myself, and I'm just thinking, you fucking charlatan! What have you just done? You just stood there, you twiddle a few thumbs, made it go bleep, put a beat under it, and people think, yeah, look at that. No, it in no way did it come out on that video like I wanted. In here, when I was getting ready and rehearsing, and it's actually in the room. Maybe it did because I'd got it so that the sequences were coming out left and right. Bum 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 bum. I was quite pleased with my sort of patching capability with doing that. But yeah, no, it's just it's all fur coat and no knickers.
Yes, I know, but it's the fact that you have the courage to go out there and do something, whereas so many of us sit at home, either in our rooms, lounges, dining rooms, whatever, studios as we like to think of them, sheds, cupboards, whatever. We're surrounded by all this kit that we play with. And that's what we do. We play with it, whereas you actually went out there and performed. Yeah. And that is the difference.
Oh, well, I suppose it may.
And it's admirable. I take my hat off to anyone who can do that. Whether it's you, Inky, Ollie, whoever. It's.
I don't know.
It takes something more than just to sit and play music. to yourself or make sounds or whatever it is we all do, to actually getting up there in front of other people and performing. That is the art form. Not the making the noise, but actually the performance.
I love the being on stage. I always have since being a little kid. I've loved being on stage. I've loved doing all that. It's not a weird thing. Go up and do your thing, yeah. And people appreciate what you're doing. And I learned that when I was a kid. People seem to enjoy it. You do a little dance and you sing a little song, and and all the grannies go, "Oh, isn't he lovely?" And you go, and I loved it. And so that was me. I found my, and I've always enjoyed it. So that was never a thing. To me, it seems pointless unless I'm going to go and perform it. The whole thing about all of it is to ultimately to perform, and that's what I want to. That's what I want to do.
And that's what I admire. I am the exact opposite. Mm-hmm. I would rather go and see someone or listen to someone else perform, and then just noodle away to myself and imagine in my head where I'm going, rather than actually get out there and go, "This is me," because I don't want people to know who me is, you know.
Well, part of it comes from being frustrated with having, access to all this stuff and playing, and maybe occasionally liking what you make yourself and wanting to share it, but also just like, I was pretty shy as a kid. I didn't, I went to parties and stuff and did some social events, but I didn't go out as much as I wish I had. And at some point I just kicked myself in the ass and started to go out to clubs with friends or without friends, and putting myself out there more, and getting involved in these like speech courses I took, and public speaking. I did my share of teaching here and there at the botanical garden, and other jobs I had teaching the public and students and random folks. And you just get more comfortable with it over time by forcing yourself to get the hell out there and just do it. And
I don't want to, though, because there's no reward. If I do something, I'm sorry, I'm mercenary. If I do something, I want to get paid. Everything I've done has been related to.
Yeah, but
I will do it if you pay me enough.
It's in degrees, because there are people that I know, and people I've spoken to very recently over the last couple of weeks, who like the show, like watching the show, but wouldn't come on it. But you do. So you're not as introverted as you might think.
Oh yes, but I hide behind my
doesn't matter.
veiled
But you're coming
anonymity.
On. You come on, you talk.
But
you give your opinions on things and stuff like that. There are people who are more introverted than that.
But this is a gateway drug here.
It's all, it's all sort of like degrees of.
But I am an opinionated bastard.
Well, that's fine.
Really?
And that's the only reason. I want to interject my voice.
But you're not getting paid for this.
Just to disrupt.
Yeah, but
because I know there are others like me out there who can't do what I do.
But that is a form of, extrovertism.
Can I just point out that Eddie's just corrected your pronunciation. He just says you've got big drawers rather than big balls, right? So it's cojones rather than cajones.
Yes, I stand corrected. Yes.
Okay. I just thought that was.
Well, the big cajon drum, right? You're playing the drum and busking.
I will just say dangly bits in future.
The bulge dollops. That's right.
Yeah. The collection of danglies. Yeah.
The chandelier.
You put out the link for the show tomorrow, yeah? Right, Sass?
Yes, I do.
I think you did as well, didn't you, Andy?
I'll post it again.
Post it again.
Do you want to stick it in again?
Because so far I think I'm the one person who hasn't got the link for the show.
I think
tomorrow.
Eddie's the one that Eddie's put in mine looked different to the one that you put up, but I can.
Well, this should be interesting.
I'm not sure I can do it because I'm not a moderator in the chat here. So Sassy is. So Sassy, stick it in. You do your bit. You always beat me to it anyway, so you might as well get on with it and do it again.
Well, anybody can be a moderator. Sorry, I don't know how to do it.
For some reason, I've got the bloody StreamYard link up.
Well, you right click on the name and make moderator in your chat box, don't you?
Do you?
Don't know.
Ramsey's day off.
All right, stand back. I'm going to try it.
Have you worked the pop-out chat, though?
Yeah,
Have
I
you
got
worked-
that now.
Oh, hey. It does make it easy, doesn't it?
I've got put user in timeout or block the bastard.
Oh,
That's the
well,
two
well, don't
options
do
I
that.
got. No, so there must be another
It must
tab
be in
somewhere.
For some
StreamYard then or
reason,
something.
whenever I click on Eddie's page, all I'm getting is the StreamYard link rather than the actual YouTube.
Right, mine's the YouTube link. Right, I'll stick.
Oh, I see.
Hang on, I'll pull it up again. Hang on.
Oh, I can't. No, I can't paste it though, can I? Because I'm not a moderator, so it won't let me.
Second, I'm going through it again.
Inky's got it right. I'll just give us a second, Stas. I'll stick it in your. Where's the? Where is he?
This is really
where's
weird. When I
Stas
search
Space
YouTube for F Rose,
Quatch on it?
I don't get him. I get
Oh, right.
F Rose.
Yeah,
How to
now,
drink.
is it F Rose or is it Froze?
Got it. I'm
Well,
sorry.
F Rose.
Say
F Rose.
Say F Rose
Floyd
because the F
Rose
was
guitar
capital.
mechanism. I think that's what he named it after.
Oh, okay.
I'm guessing.
Right.
He's a guitar guy, so.
I've pinged it you into
Oh, right, hang
into Facebook.
Yeah, Eddie or you or someone who's just posted it. There we
Yeah,
go.
it's me. I've just pinged you that.
Copy. Right, so
There we go.
Ramsey replacement stream.
Oh,
Kent's still being Vangelis.
yeah. Please be aware there may be random breakouts of Vangelisness every now and again.
Oh, feel free.
Been here all day. I actually wrote a track today,
Way.
a whole track from beginning to end
Wow.
that I can play live. That's very Vangelicious as a little tribute to Big V. Because, like I said on show, it really hit me this morning. Today, it was sort of like, oh man. Even Fiona was quite cut up about it as well. And she's not a massive Vangelis fan, but she was like, oh, you know, oh, it's another one gone. Yeah, well, we're at that age now. Life has stopped giving us things, and now it starts taking them away. There endeth the lesson. It's all downhill from now, guys.
Chris?
I just admire anyone who can sit and play live. I mean, you know, watching you, Kent, when you're just noodling away, and I'm
Prometheus,
just thinking, Jesus Christ, his piano skills are like 10 times what I have.
Yeah, but it's always good to have something to aspire to.
Kent's
That's
a
the
really
thing.
good player. But, you know, apart from being able to fix all those bloody machines, he can
Yes,
actually play
yeah,
the bloody
absolutely.
things.
What?
He really can.
Who?
Somebody called Little Dick. Apparently, he's quite a good keyboard
Oh
player.
no! I'm see. You know when you say about you went up there and you just sort of like fluffed it about. Yeah, anyone can just I can pick out a couple of chords and just flow with it. I'm no Chopin or
Yeah,
anybody else.
but compared to a lot of pop music stuff, you're doing
neither.
incredibly well. So.
Me neither.
Yeah, well, there again,
I
they
lost
can
all
do things
pretensions
I
of trying to
can't.
be
So.
that. I did. I was such a pretentious twat when I was a kid, really thinking about it. I really did. I really had these ideas when I was 13 that I was going to be this great composer.
I was a new romantic. I know so much about lipstick; it's unreal. Straight
So
up.
while you were doing that, I was sitting there with my Parker 25 and scoring this bloody piano concerto. My parents must have thought, what have we spawned? What have we spawned? You know, everyone else is going out riding the bikes or smoking cigs behind the bike sheds, and he's upstairs pretending to be fucking Beethoven. What on earth have we done?
No, I must admit, with the whole new romantic type of, just the whole, really sort of like underground electronic thing, the whole cross-gendering thing, that's sort of like, fuck me, I really embraced all that. And with me Phil Oakey hair, all along one side and everything. God. Do you know what? If I ever dig out those photographs, Jesus Christ, I could get blackmailed. I really could.
Oh, cool.
I really could, man. All hair, lipstick, eyeshadow, the works, mate.
Oh, one of the loveliest lads in school I taught him when he was a bit younger, but he's now in year 13, so he's upper sixth. And he was wearing a shirt. He's got a little waistcoat and a shirt, and it was all frills, and his cuffs were all frilly. And I thought, oh my God, he's auditioning for Spandau Ballet. It looked fantastic. Honestly,
Did he have a kilt on though?
Absolutely. Oh, I'll suggest it to him when I see him next. Right, all you need now is a tartan sash. Right, let's go. And it looked amazing. And do you know what? He's going to go to Huddersfield to study music technology and TV production and that sort of stuff.
Good on him.
Under my old mate Rupert Till. So yeah, I was delighted. Yeah, go on, you go and do that. Yeah, good for him. So he's going to do that. So
I think it's great for kids to express their individualism.
We have loads of those in our school. Honestly, yeah, it's like inhibitions, none.
Yeah, I think being a clone or a drone is the worst thing in life.
Yeah.
And I was always taught, I mean, all my teachers at school said the one skill in life you have to have is question everything. Whether it's what they as teachers said, or whether it's what politicians said, or what you hear on the news, question everything. Because the more you ask questions, the more you get answers, the more knowledgeable you can become.
Yep.
If you accept anyone's word as verbatim, then you're the fool.
However, once you meet a professional, a well-researched person, or a proper doctor, and you continue to question everything they say, and you don't have the background, that gets foolish. So there's a fine line there.
Yeah, but it depends on the purpose. If it's for learning, that's a different matter.
Yeah, for now with the political stuff going on, questioning everything, it's ridiculous. It's just, the flat earthers questioning stuff and just,
but I've got to say, I mean, when I watch the news, doesn't matter what channel it's on, I do feel constantly like I'm just being fed a pack of lies. I'm being fed a narrative, a conducted narrative. And
it's no longer news; it's all opinion, right? It's just ridiculous.
It makes me feel very uneasy. And then when I start asking questions, then suddenly I get branded as a Putin troll, for example, or a fascist or a racist, or just because I dare to question the narrative. And that's what I feel really uncomfortable
because there are racists who say, "Oh, I'm just asking questions," when there's clearly some hidden message in there, right?
Yeah, but all of us who questioned the Black Lives Matters organization were branded as racists. Everyone can accept that Black Lives Matter. Of course they do. I mean, you have to be bloody stupid not to accept that. But the organisation, however...
once something gets organised to a certain level, depending who's running it, you never quite know, right? The message was the important thing, and the fact that the inequality is incredibly bad.
Doesn't the fraud bother you?
Well, sure, but unfortunately...
And the fact that the organisers of Black Lives Matter were filmed sitting around a table laughing and joking about how much money they'd made.
Well,
and they'd been giving, $1 million to brother here and, friend here and this sort of stuff. It's sort of... It just makes me uncomfortable that because you question something, you are then branded and written off.
But I'm not
even though your questions are valid.
UK, but in this country, it's been a fucking disaster. Yeah.
Well, I generally I think politics is screwed up.
I mean, when you're 3/5 of the person and your property, and in a way, in society, you're sort of still treated that way. Like walking down the street, someone crosses the street. Oh, I'm not sure about that guy. It's like, what? He's just walking down the street.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, growing up in the 70s, 80s, 90s in the UK, actually, I never felt racism. I mean, it was. I'm sure some people did, and I'm sure that there were some racists, and that was reflected.
A good portion of my family on my mom's side is fucking racist. I mean, they live in Louisiana, and I could go on and on for days about it, but I know plenty directly, and it's really disturbing.
Yeah, well, I think racism is wrong, but
I think the white middle classes are actually quite sheltered from it, and I'll give you an example. Right, last year in school, a survey was conducted of all the students in school who were not white British, in terms of how they identified in their registration at the school. Okay.
Yeah.
So that was all of them. That includes people who were white but other backgrounds, i.e., Irish or Polish, Lithuanian, whatever. We've got all these in school, as well as people who are black, Afro-Caribbean, Asian, Pakistani, Indian, Chinese. We have a whole gamut. And the results that came out of this survey that was done with these students was shocking. It was shocking. I know when we were shown this as staff, I was like, oh my word, really? Because I can honestly say I've worked at that school for now 13 years, and I have never once heard a student being racist towards another student. Never once. Because if I had, I'd have dealt with it in the way that we're expected to by law. And never once. And I was speaking to a young lady in my tutor group who's Indian Sikh, and I said, tell me about this, because you've obviously been on the receipt. She said, oh, I get it all the time in school. She said it happens just little comments in passing on corridors. She said all the time. She said, but it's nothing to what I get outside of here. If I'm walking down the street, if I go into Nottingham, she said, I get it all the time. She said, it's everywhere. It's my life. I have to shield myself. And I sat there and I just thought, that's one of the most upsetting things I've heard in a long, long time. Because I was thinking that society was getting better and changing and accepting and being inclusive and people were happy for. But apparently it seems not, and it really knocked me back. I was like, I'm upset about that. I'm upset that this is the case in this school, which I thought was so open and accepting of.
Well, the racists have gotten smarter. A lot of it's under their breath, or more subtle, or
Yeah. It's out there. It's still an issue, and decent people like this young lady in my tutor. She's an amazing young woman, and it just made me so sad. It made me really sad.
Well, I owned a house in West Yorkshire for 26 years, and when I sold it, I was the only white person there. I was the only English-speaking white person who owned a house there. Racism works in all ways, and it's really uncomfortable. It's really uncomfortable. Anyone who has suffered at the hands of people who discriminate against you because of your colour, I feel for you. But it's a really nasty reality of life, and it's something that we have to tackle. But I just don't know how.
There are no easy fixes. Can I ask? Can we go something lighter? Because it's Friday evening. Right, and Kent,
it's rough, yeah.
Kent's put the lid back down.
I'll open another beer.
Kent's put the lid back down on his CS8, and he was.
I know.
And he touched the top of it and burnt his fingers.
Why was the lid up to start with?
Yeah, tell us what's wrong, Kent.
What was wrong?
Where's the tune?
No, come on, Andy,
Dom,
you've got to
we
sing
need
it.
you.
You've got to sing it, Andy.
We need the jingle.
What's wrong?
Yeah.
Ken, Spawn.
I'm not so sure. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with having my own theme tune. It's like,
Oh no!
Too bad. It's already a done deal.
Yeah,
this
too
is
late.
it, right?
It's in the bag.
Hold
It's
your
in the
head
can.
up with pride.
Yeah,
Kent.
it's like every time
Embrace
I
it.
answer the door to somebody, I'm going to hear dun 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 dun.
Need to change your doorbell. So it's
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You've got plenty of DX7s lying around. Just get it wired up. Press the button. Send out a MIDI
I
message.
should bring Robbie in any second.
Used to have a sampler doorbell as well. You could put your own samples into. It had a couple of voices where the envelope generators had they'd closed up slightly, so they had different timings to the other 14. And one voice was a little bit beaty up the top end. Just brought it in, but it was open. I was just like, oh, do you know what? It's warm in here. I'll leave it open. And leave it on. It hasn't been on for a while, so
No, you
don't
burnt
like
your
being
fingers when you touched it on the top.
It is quite toasty. It is quite toasty.
Does it get that hot?
It can, yeah, it can do, yeah. It can get quite.
Is that
quite
just the power supply, or is this power transistors, or?
Yeah, that's just the heat coming off of the heat sinks. Yeah, two massive
Jesus.
heat sinks in there.
Oh man.
So, which is it's kind of weird when you think about it. Go, yeah, you've got two huge heat sinks, but let's leave them inside the synth.
Yeah, why not put them on the back plane?
Yeah,
You know.
do we need a fan? Nah.
Well, that's what Insonic did. I have a bunch of stuff with the heat sinks on the back exposed.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the heat
It
sinks
sort of
on the-
makes sense, doesn't it? It's,
Yeah.
That's all right, how's
Especially
it?
since the case was often plastic. You don't want to melt the damn case.
Yeah, because that the was it the EPS had a massive.
EPS, Mirage, yeah, all those guys have the.
Did the Mirage have a big heat sink
ESQ1
as
had
well?
it on the outside.
Did it really?
Well, the plastic version, the metal version didn't. I don't think.
Oh, right, yeah. No, I had the metal version.
Yeah.
But I have to ask, is it because the power supply is really, really inefficient, or the circuit design inside is really, really inefficient? Because the power supply is converting down to what, plus and minus 18 volts, and then that's going to be regulated down to plus and minus 15 volts, plus and minus 5 volts, or whatever it is.
No, it's down to 28, and then 28 down to plus and minus 15, plus 8.5, plus minus 6.5, and plus
So
10.6.
wouldn't it be better to put a more efficient power supply in, so you're not chucking a load of heat out through the regulators in the first place?
I'm sure somebody will do one day. But even Synth Taste didn't do one. Because of the multiple outs on it, I suppose. But yeah, it could probably do with it. But to be honest with you, it's
Yeah,
the
but
power
if you,
supply isn't the weak spot.
yeah, but if you're putting 28 down to 15, you're burning heat. Yeah, I mean, you're just chucking it
yeah.
out through heat.
I got to say, I've never had a power supply that never got warm. At least, I mean, my laptop power supply.
Yeah, there's warm,
modular
but
power
hot.
supplies.
Yeah, no, it's just because of the accumulation of it.
Yeah.
But you see, also the cards are nice and toasty as well, and it just accumulates. It accumulates around those. What happens is you get the air is drawn in from all the grills underneath, and it hits the grills at the back, and the grills basically are heat sinks in themselves.
Even the old MacBooks, when they went, I think it was when they went Intel, there was a thing saying like, "Hey, why are they so hot at the bottom?" Well, that's where your heat is radiating from. Well, you
Yeah.
can no longer call it a laptop. We're calling it a notebook or whatever, because it's you can't put on your
Yes.
lap. It's too hot to put on your lap.
Yeah, but I mean, because it was my laptop, you couldn't leave it on your lap.
Yeah, exactly.
It would burn your legs.
Yeah.
Especially if you run up a game on it, and it was like,
Sure.
oh yeah,
The fan is going to town and all that stuff.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
But the
yeah.
term laptop was always a myth anyway.
Yeah, well. Oh, hello, mate. All right. Are you still hopping around, are you? You poor little leg. You poor little fella. Yes, so, yeah, it's just, it seemed appropriate having her turned on today somehow.
Yes.
No, I'm glad you did. Unfortunately, I got to run off to the office again. But it was good chatting with you guys shortly. So
No, nice to see you, Andy.
Cheers,
You
see
Andy.
you all
bet.
later. I might drop in later. Thank you.
Yeah,
Take care.
Take care.
Good
Bye.
man. Take care, buddy.
Bye.
Yeah, so,
So how was work today, Andy? You seem less stressed than normal, so...
end of
Or
the
is it
week,
just
innit?
Friday?
Less stressed than on. Well, I've actually been absent 3 days this week. I was really not very well earlier this week. First time in ages.
Sorry to hear that.
No, first time in ages. I mean, there was. I started feeling really very wheezy on Sunday afternoon. The evening was a bit wheezy evening, and then we had a massive downpour in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
So an atmospheric change, and my chest just went. So in the morning, I was really not very well at all. Of course, anything that's sort of asthma or hay fevery is COVID symptoms as well. So, have you done a COVID test? No, I haven't. I've run out.
Anything respiratory is sort of
Of course. Yeah, of course it is. So I went to the drop-in centre on Monday for the usual zapping on the nebulizer and whatever else, and they said, "Have you done the COVID test?" I said, "Oh no, I've run out." So they made me do a COVID test before they did any treatments. Took me into the room. There it is. It's negative. So it was just ordinary, boring, bog standard, same condition that I've had since I was 6 years old. You know, it's not. So that was that. I'm still wheezy now.
Like a form of asthma, but not asthma.
It was. I was just saying that was an asthma attack. First one I've had in quite a long time of any. I do get. I've got this thing. It's plasticky thing, and you blow into it, and it tells you what you look. Yeah, no, peak flow meter.
Peak flow meter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and when it drops to a certain level, it says seek medical attention. So when it does, I always do, and it was well below. So I've got to do this, and it stayed below. So what they didn't give me this time around was prednisolone, which is what they normally do when you're a bit bad, because I'd had the prednisolone when I got COVID. They gave me that as a prophylactic.
Yeah.
And that so I was still. They try not to give it you twice, and you got to have a 6 month, however many month gap between doses of that. So I've not had it this time. So it's just been
you're struggling through.
Yeah, I mean I went to work yesterday and today. I've been back in. So I was today at work. Today was alright. I had quite an enjoyable day today. It's been very interesting. Last lesson today. My head of department said I got a favour to ask. I've only got half my class here today. Half of them are absent. Can I stick them in the computer room with yours? Because you've only got a Diddy class in here. I went, yeah, all right. Yeah, fine. Said I'll come in.
So why were you in the computer room?
Oh, it's some timetabled in there. We have in the languages department. We have a computer room. We actually have a room of computers which we use all the time. It's brilliant. It's a great facility. So, and I'm timetabled in there on a Friday afternoon, and she said, "You've only got sort of 13 kids, and I've only got 12 who are here. So can I stick them in?" I said, "Yeah, fine, bring them in. It's no problem." So we did this sort of getting our heads together, put the same sort of package of things to do together, emailed it to the kids, and what was really noticeable was how differently some of the interesting boys in that year 9 class behaved when a whole bunch of other interesting boys arrived.
Yes.
Honestly, it was like
see which cock rises, as they say.
No, well, it was. I was talking to my head of department, looking. I said, let's just stand and watch how they are for a minute. I said, because mine are behaving totally different to the way they normally do. How about yours? Let's just watch them, see what they do. Yeah, and it was really fascinating. I got these sorts of like lads all seemed to decide who was going to be the stupidest pillock there that afternoon. You know, it was really we got entertaining just watching them. You know. Do you think we should intervene at this point? I said, no, we'll just sit and watch them for a bit.
See how it pans out.
But it is an interesting really aspect of human behaviour.
As soon as you change what they're used to, they go,
yes. Take them out of their comfort zone.
What are they doing here? Well, they're going to use computers too. You know, like you're using, they're going to use them. You know, they're going to do the same thing. Well, they're not in our class. Oh, God, here we go.
These are local computers for local people.
But
it is so.
Yeah.
Also, isn't it interesting how a certain group will look at the disruptor and hold them up in high esteem, as opposed to holding up the intelligent person in high esteem.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's why the whole world is in a mess.
Well, I you know, for me, I always go for the geek, unless they run a technology company, and then they should be shot. But I think that
where would we be today without them, Sassy?
Well, no, I mean, you know, Bill Gates I used to really respect. Now I think he's
Just
an interesting character.
That's interesting characters. I've got a
Interesting
classroom full of them
character,
today. You know. Goes with my job. Yeah. I don't know. I just think ultimately they're very funny. I find them funnier and funnier the older I get. I used to get really upset about these sort of things, and now I would just laugh at them.
Well, now you've built up a pension, it's becoming less important.
Just listen to yourself. What do you sound like?
Oh man.
Well, I was listening to Catherine Burble sing on the radio today.
Were you? That's nice. What?
Who?
You've never heard of Catherine Burble sing?
No, Burble singer.
Burble sing.
singer. She's from
Listen,
Sweden.
what? Listen to Catherine Burble sing.
Excuse me. Yes, Burble
As to
sing.
listen to Catherine Burble dance.
She set up a free school. Hang on, I can't remember the name of it. Sounds like a girl's name. But,
Not one of those things.
Burble sing. There we are.
Free
British
school.
teacher. Yeah, she goes under Miss Snuffy on Twitter. The Michaela Free School. She's the headmistress, founder of the. She used to work in the state sector, but was summarily booted out because she doesn't buy into some of the.
Actually, I'm sort of warming to her. In spite of setting up a free school.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, the fact that she insists that, you know, children remain silent until they're spoken to, and she doesn't allow them to run in corridors, and that she insists that they all wear uniform, and it's sort of, you know, there's some element of respectful discipline in her schools. And when I listen to her, I just think, yeah, she just sounds like all the head teachers I ever had when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Oh,
But I'd suggest Andy.
And doesn't work for others. I'm not sure. I've got too much.
I'd suggest you look her up, because I personally find her.
Will do. I mean, we
quite
chatted the other day about
inspiring.
Pazzi Zalberg, didn't we? We mentioned him.
Yeah.
So I've not heard of her, but I will look. What? I fear silent children.
I don't know why.
Children of the Corn.
It just popped into my head.
Midwich cuckoos.
I went to my SoundCloud, and I had a look at some of my tracks, particularly some of the Vangelis ones I did, right? And my Blade Runner track that I did has had 570 plays today.
Wow.
What the hell?
There you go. You're cashing in, Ken.
But people are actively looking for people doing Vangelis tracks?
That's cool. Yeah.
Okay.
Go and play it for us.
You see,
know.
contrary to how you feel, you might actually have a future.
Can you hear that?
Yeah, and it's stereo. Lovely. Nice reverb.
Sounds good.
How did he get it to sound so much like a CS80?
Incoming. extra points if you can guess what the bass drum is.
Can't hear one.
That.
Did you mean that?
Yeah.
I want to ask you what the reverb is.
It's a Lexicon 244
Ah.
plugin.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah. Oh,
UAD.
lovely. I like the
Stereo panel.
wind chime things,
Yeah.
or whatever they are. What do you call them?
Back in a sec.
I haven't heard this for donkeys.
I like the mix on this. Is this all original, Kent?
It's just me playing what I remember from the film.
It's just very evocative.
Yeah, the thing is, you
Yeah, but that's
start
not
playing
a cover
an 80s.
version, though, is it?
Well, technically it is, I suppose. Well, it's a mixture of some of the different bits throughout the film sewn
Yeah,
together.
it's taken pieces, but it's not a pastiche.
Yeah,
That was cool.
yeah. That was me. My dear old KSR 80. Oh, she was lovely.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's a KSR 80?
It's a Kent Spong modified and
Yeah.
cleaned
Oh, sorry.
CS80.
KSR.
But that was the one.
Stupid
That's
me.
the 80 that Vangelis played on the Rosetta album
Oh,
when he borrowed it, and
can I borrow your CS80, Kent? Mine's
So-
knackered.
that's the one that caught fire.
It had the full MIDI
Yeah.
kit and everything.
And it had a mural on the front. The front panel was a mural that I'd done in Lightwave, of,
Wow.
shadow ships and all that sort of thing. I put chrome surrounds on it, and oh man, it was.
Well, as a track, it stands by itself perfectly.
Yeah,
That was really
a lot of
impressive.
people seem to like that one. It was weird because I did a track where I multi-tracked an 80 with no metronome, or any form of click track or nothing.
No MIDI clock or anything.
No, and to the point that when I was playing the second track, I couldn't remember quite what I'd played the first time, and I had to kind of
I've
guess
done that
where I was
too.
going to go. And I put this thing up because it was a bit of a, just a giggly thing. And I think that's had more plays than any other track I've ever put up. And it's
Wow.
the timing's out. And
It's the organic feel.
I think that's probably what it is because, I mean, it's got lots of bum notes and stuff like that in it and stuff.
But if you
People
listen
go
to a
mental
band,
for it.
if you listen to a band play live, one of the things that is a real hook is the fact that they are not perfect.
Mm.
And it's that imperfection that actually makes it interesting. It's the same with an orchestra. It doesn't matter how good the orchestra are. They are not going to be millisecond perfect, and nor should they be.
Mm.
The whole point of performance
Good point.
is just that.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's interesting that it's had so many plays today.
Oh, Will's just said, I'm hoping Grace and you will do a cool Vangelis tribute tomorrow. That wasn't in the plan. Actually, speaking of tomorrow, the Hardware Jams theme is least used gear. Oh, shit.
I can lend you a craft synth too.
Thank you. No, well, it's going to have to be that, isn't it? It's going to have to be that. It's going to have to be that.
In my
Get the
studio,
manual
it would
out.
be, in my studio, it'd be the MPCX.
Yeah, it's going to have to be. And as I've already posted in Hardware Jams, it'll have to be the MPCX. After the MPC one. And I'll use also, oddly enough, that little thing there, the SH01A, I've not used it for ages and ages. It's not been switched on even for such a long time. And I thought, okay, least used bits in here at the minute. That one because it drives me fucking nuts, as you all know. And then that, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that. I'll work on that tomorrow. Put some. I mean, I can record patterns and stuff. It's just not. So, but to make it sound like Vangelis, that might be asking a lot. I'm not sure about Vangelis tributes. Why would I bother when Kent can do that?
Well, try some of his
Well, yes.
Aphrodite's Child stuff instead. Sort of like go back a bit.
Yeah.
Get a bit more beaty.
Or, yeah. No, I don't. I'm not very good at that sort of that. I can't. You did
I
see
know what you
that
mean.
was remarkable. Anybody listening to that, whether they knew it, that just was instantly Vangelis. It sounded like Vangelis. It was done in such a way that
But it
conjured
sounded
all of
all-
that spirit.
Sounded organic as well.
Yeah.
We see this is the sort of like corner I painted myself into, if you like. Is that I wanted to sound like Vangelis. I wanted to be able to play like Vangelis. And now, no matter what I do, people go, "Oh, that sounds like Vangelis." Oh, does it? Well, that's a surprise.
I
Nobody's ever
can
said that
think
to
of
me
worse
before.
things to be accused of.
Well, quite.
I mean, again, I hark back to the 70s and 80s when playing a synth. Well, the synth was monophonic. It was one finger. We used to laugh at people on Top of the Pops playing a keyboard, and it was one finger. And then you think, yeah, but wasn't it amazing what they did? And then you listen to something like Albedo, and you go, yeah, okay, that's the way it's done.
Mm. Yeah, but like I said on PSN, he was a master of taking a very, very, very simple tune and then making it evolve and be interesting.
Well, Pulsar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but because it was simple, somebody could listen to it for the first time, can be brought into it, and feel at home with it. They know what's going to happen. They can hum along if they want as well, even though they only heard it the first time. Sometimes there's a little sort of like, ooh, like that, and you go, ooh, that's nice, or whatever. And I think that's part of the appeal is, all the tracks had some sort of hook that you remember.
Yes.
Something will stick in your mind. Or you find yourself 2 or 3 days later and you're humming, you go, oh, what is that? Oh, it's that.
Yeah, you could write a really memorable tune.
Melody.
I've said it with a T, a tune.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely could. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Chariots of Fire. It's one of those tracks that doesn't matter whether you like it or not. You know it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
It
but
sticks
how
in
many
your
tracks
head.
can you
It's
think of
hummable.
where you've got a sequence playing one note completely through the entire track, no matter what chords the track's doing at the time?
Terry Riley in C.
All right, it was 2 then.
Ding 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 ding
Yeah,
ding
okay.
ding 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 ding.
All right, deux track. Yeah, so there's 2. Okay, so there's not many.
Sorry, Ken. I'm really sorry.
That was literally rug. What? Put me back. Oh yeah, there is another one. Yeah, okay.
You set me up. Can't help it.
I set him up.
I
you
played him
knocked
once,
down.
actually. We did a performance of Terry Riley's in C in school. It was amazing. It was such an experience. And literally, no rehearsal. We all turned up. We'd all got the A4 sheet of paper with these patterns on. We told they said, right, Joe, you determine what pattern we are on. And when you change up a pattern, you press that, and we can all see on the laptop screen which pattern you're on. Because the instruction is, you've not to be either one ahead. No, you have to be no more than either. Oh, what is it? It's one either side of a particular pattern. So so that it constantly moves, but you can be ahead, you can be behind, but by no more than a specified amount, and you work your way through it. So, and some of the patterns are really tricky, but basically there was about 20 of us with all sorts of different instruments. From the kids in the music department and a couple of teachers, some people singing, some people doing. We had a lad on the vibraphone, and we had Joe on the piano playing, and I'd brought synth. So it was, and the saxophones. It was. One of the things we said is you've got to remember that sometimes you don't actually have to play. You can stop playing. But it was brilliant. It was such an exciting, vibrant thing. And this piece of music, which is supposed to last about an hour and 15 minutes, I think, if you do it properly, right? We rattled through it in half an hour. We did it in half. We got through it in half an hour, but it was still such the ding 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 which goes through it all the time came off my Electribe, which I'd set up to 100 BPM, so it was a bit slower, ding 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 ding, a bit slower than actually intended. But I thought that was appropriate because, of course, 100 in Latin is C.
Yes.
Get it? So we'd settled on that, so that was playing. And it was just a brilliant experience. I think we did it more in... What's the phrase? We captured the spirit, if not the skill of it. But it was really, really enjoyable to do, and I'd love to do it again. Because it does sound amazing. It really does. It really does sound great.
There was a bunch of composers who restricted themselves to 5 notes or 7 notes, and oh god, brain fart at the moment. Sorry, I've had beer, so soundtrack for Kaya Squatzy?
That's Philip Glass.
Philip Glass. Yeah, Philip Glass.
The Minimalists.
Concentrated
Terry Riley
on
was all part of that, wasn't he?
how can
Terry
you
Riley,
make
Steve Reich,
yeah
Harold Budd.
do a whole track or a whole
John
album
Adams.
in 7 notes.
Yeah.
How the hell did I forget Philip Glass? Thank you, Andy, but my brain is definitely fuddled.
The funerals. What was it called? The Funeral of Amenhotep III from the beginning of Akhenaten. That is just a stunning, stunning piece of music. It really it's one of those things. I remember seeing it on the television when I was about 14, being performed, one of those Glyndebourne things that was broadcast on BBC Two on a Saturday afternoon or Sunday afternoon. I was just sitting there watching that going, oh my God, what is this that I'm listening to? It was so, so, so powerful and so unlike anything else I'd ever heard. So yeah, I really love that. So yeah, if anyone's not listened to it, there's a brilliant video on YouTube of the funeral scene of the funeral of Amenhotep III from Akhenaten by Philip Glass. Go and listen to it; it's amazing. Anyway, that's the musical education done for tonight. Oh, sorry, you've had a few beers, Sass, so have I. You can tell I'm just talking shit now. Absolute dribble.
Well, I like to think I'm not that much different to how I normally am, but one can never tell.
Kit Kat.
Oh, Kit
Hello.
Kats.
Steve Elbow says, pint glass erased the memory of the name Philip Glass. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Pine glass.
And it's bizarre because I love Philip Glass. Just fantastic composer.
Yeah. I mean, what do you mention? Kind of Scatsy and
Yeah, and Power Squatsy.
Power Catsy.
Power Squatsy.
Power Scatsy, all those. Yeah, they're great, aren't they? The music's just amazing. They're slightly disturbing to watch, but they are.
Oh no! Well, last time I watched Kaya Squatsy, I had a large blunt, so I thoroughly enjoyed it. But yeah, it was fantastic filmmaking, and the soundtrack was brilliant. And the same with Betty Blue. I don't know whether you've seen that film.
I have.
1986. The soundtrack was by a chap called Gabriel Yared, and it's like many sort of Jean-Michel Jarre tracks and whatever. That soundtrack just sticks in my head. It's absolutely beautiful soundtrack.
There were some amazing films around at that time. Does anybody remember? Oh God, was it called Rumblefish? Rumblefish.
Yes, vaguely. Yes.
With a little orange fit kept. It's almost black and white.
Yes.
Mickey Rourke was in. I think Mickey Rourke was in. What did you mention? What was the film you just mentioned?
No,
Betty Blue.
Betty Blue
No, it's
was
9.5 Weeks. I'm thinking of.
Yeah. Betty Blue was a French.
It was
film.
a French one. Yeah. Well, that's all those. They're really French films. Beautiful. Manon des Sources. All those ones. There were loads. I used to go and watch these at the Tyne Cinema in Newcastle when I was a student. All these art films. Absolutely loved it.
I was a member of Liverpool University's film club or whatever, and we used to get absolutely stoned out of our brains and sit and watch really incomprehensible films in languages none of us understood.
Exactly. Yeah. Did that. I remember sitting through Derek Jarman's Blue, which was hard work.
Yes.
Derek
Jarman, full stop.
Yeah.
Hard work.
Imposter syndrome drunk. Who the heck who's this? Who's imposter syndrome?
That's got to be Inky.
Hello!
Oh, imposter syndrome drunk.
Good evening.
Yo,
Inky. How are you?
babes.
Good evening.
All right, darling.
How are you doing?
So Kent, are you the only sober one here now? That's really bad news, isn't it?
I've been sober since.
Well, a few decades.
Yeah, a few decades now.
He doesn't need extra things. He's there. We're
No.
taking stuff to be like Kent.
Mate,
yes.
We take
I am
mushrooms
We're
to
seeking
be like
inspiration.
Kent.
Not done
Yes.
that for a long time, Inky. No, not going there again. No.
I'm so dry I piss dust.
It's a
What can I
good job
say?
on them CS80s next to the toilet, isn't
Yeah,
it?
they don't like wet. Yeah.
It's that
Or
wet
ammonia.
dry effect you've got going on.
You don't need to shout, Enki.
So, I put myself down. Sorry.
Hooray!
Right, wait,
They can
wait,
hear-
wait.
they can hear you in Devon.
Sound check. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Is that
Guess
better?
the synth.
And guess
Is
the
that
Hello?
synth.
Who's guessed
you
the
hear
Oh,
me?
better.
Good evening,
We
Gus
can
the
is-
synth.
Can you guess who the synth is?
Can we guess who the synth is?
Go for it.
Keep talking.
It's Prometheus.
Hi.
Is it
Hi,
Is it
Sass.
you?
No,
Hi.
Have you snuck? Is it Prometheus? Are you in?
it's X101.
Oh, hello, Mr.
Nice to
X.
meet you.
Hey,
Ah,
I thought I'd
X.
sneak in and say hi to you guys.
Hello, nice of you to join us.
By the way, Andy, I really loved your performance the other day. It was really good. I was
Yeah.
pretty chuffed you got on with that modular after all this time. So yeah, well
yeah.
done.
Well, thank you. It's nice of you to say, but I honestly meant what I said when I said it. When Ian sent the link in and said, Andy, you've got to go to this, and I just thought, oh, God, in for a penny, in for a pound. Right, now it really is time to step up to the mark and just go, right, well, what can you make it do? Right, well, I can noodle about in here to my heart's content. A bit like what Sassy and I were talking about earlier on. So I thought, right, sod it. I'm not uncomfortable going and putting myself in front of a crowd and making an arse of myself. I do it every day of the bleeding week in front of a load of kids.
Well, yes, true.
it's-
Teaching is a performance.
It's perfect. It's perfect. It comes perfectly naturally. Going right, okay. So I did. Honestly, yeah. Well, thanks, Mr. X. I keep calling you Mr. X for saying that. It was a lot of fun, and I'm very much looking forward to the next one. Hey, Inky, you've turned into a Dalek again. You've got you're modulating your ring.
Blimey.
Wow.
Do you have
Oh,
too
sorry,
many
that's a standing
audio
joke.
interfaces turned
Sorry,
on?
standing joke X101. I said that. I did once say I'd spent a happy afternoon modulating my ring, which seemed to send people off into delirium because I was just messing about with the ring modulator in the mod. Oh, I shouldn't have said it. I shouldn't have said it, and I shouldn't have dragged it back up, should I? I'm just sounding.
That's a
So,
point plate, then.
X, tell us a little about you.
Yes, do.
What do you want to know?
Oh, that's enough.
Where are you? You sound
Australia.
South African-ish.
No.
No.
New
I'm from
Zealand.
London originally, but I live in Suffolk at the moment.
The accent sounds Kiwi stroke South
Yeah,
African.
yeah, I was thinking
Kiwi.
that
I
as
mean,
well,
I've
yeah.
got a Kiwi uncle, but no,
Okay.
no, I'm not a Kiwi.
You obviously
Purist
live in the
Suffolk.
darkest part of Suffolk, then.
Yeah,
Sweet
probably.
uncle.
Pretty much.
Do you live next door to Robbie?
I don't know, whereabouts is Robbie?
He's in Bury St Edmunds, isn't he?
Oh my
Somewhere
God,
there.
yeah, he's 20 minutes from me. I live in Sudbury. I didn't realise he lived in Suffolk. He's
Yeah,
literally
yeah.
20 minutes down the road.
Yeah, we were
Yeah.
talking about, is it Mendlesham Tower or whatever yesterday?
Yeah, what was it called?
Where's that? The name rings a bell, but...
the big radio tower.
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
You can
Yeah,
see it
blimey,
from
I
his
didn't
window.
realise. I didn't realise he was that close to me.
You must
Yeah.
have smelt the FM on the bridge.
Those DXs get everywhere.
wafting across. You know,
Oh, dear.
algorithms. Yeah.
Yes, well, I'm originally from London, but I've lived here for 26 years now, so yeah.
Wow. Oh, so now we understand where the South African stroke Kiwi accent comes
Yeah.
from. London and Suffolk.
Yeah, that's what
Maybe
it
with a
means.
bit of Essex thrown in, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, God, definitely not Essex. Oh. I live too close to Essex as well. That's, yeah.
Ah, yes.
Well, it's still charming because I mean, you keep popping up in the chat and things, and you think, oh, yeah, these people that you see the names. You know, it's always cool to sort of make
Contact with, yes.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've chatted to you guys, in chats for years now. So, yeah.
Well, that was the idea behind doing this. It's like it'd be nice to actually be able to talk directly with people that you see pop up in the chat, and you have your little moments and stuff like that. And I go, well, if you do a show that is where people in the chat or the guests, they can come in
Yes.
and talk. And I thought, okay.
Brilliant concept.
Yeah, and I
That's
put
good.
it to Robbie, and he went, "Yeah, that might work." I said, "Well, we'll try it out and see, shan't we?"
There we are. Have you kept a count? We must have about 300 shows now. Show.
Yeah, it's something like that. I don't know. I think I have 4 a day. Eventually, I'm going to push PSN off of YouTube, and then my next target is Sonic State, and then I will own it all, and I'll be the Elon Musk of YouTube.
Actually, Kent, have you ever been on Sonic State? I mean, you are sort of an undoubted expert on many synths.
I have and I haven't. What it was is he did a pre-record of me. And it was back in the days before he was doing it on YouTube, so there's no record of it. But basically, what he did is he interviewed me because I won the competition for the song for the show, the opening song.
Oh, okay.
You know, the
intro song,
sonicstate.com thing that I did with East West Choirs, I think it was, and he just wanted to go, oh, how did you put it all together? And I just videoed how I put it all together, and then he played that, but I was never actually physically on. So,
right.
And apparently, Richard Hilton said, "Oh, why don't you have Kent on?" Dave's gone, "Why don't you have Kent on?" Ty's gone, "Why don't you have Kent on?" And yet I'm not on. So I don't know, maybe because it's a kind of a monetised show now and stuff like that. He doesn't want somebody coming on going, arse, fuck, arse, like that all the time. Do you know what I mean? So they're probably going, no. Or he's, mortally offend whoever his sponsor is for that week, which would, it won't be good. So
I doubt it. I gotta say, I'm going to tell you a bit of a secret here. So the way I met Nick, right? The way it went down was I was at Sonic State. I'm going red here. You can't tell me, but this is a big fucking. Don't you fucking tell anyone anything, right?
We won't.
Nobody.
No one's gonna know.
It's not going to go anywhere. Right.
It's just between the.
So the way it went down. The way it went down was. It's about 6:15, and I've had coffee, and the music's getting good, and I go to the bar, and there's cans of Strongbow in this fridge, and I'm like, this is great, I love Strongbow. So that's all there is. There is no beer, it's only a tiny fridge, that's all it's got is loads of cans of Strongbow, nothing else.
And he was hiding in the fridge, was
right, no, hold on.
Okay.
This is great. I said, how much is the Strongbow? And the guy behind, it's called DBS Bristol. It's at college. He goes, £1. And at that point, I went, this is fucking brilliant. I'm going to be pissed.
I'll have 15 of them.
Yeah, I'm going to be pissed on it. So I said, when does the bar open? He goes, in 10 minutes or so. So I go downstairs. The only person outside is Dave Spears. So I end up having a fag with Dave Spears. And we talk about parties in London. I remember at one point he's saying something about Brian Eno. And all I've got is Chris Rea in my head going, that's not Brian Eno, but that's another
the road
story.
to hell.
Yeah. That's another story that came back a week later when I almost crashed my car. Anyway, so I'm like, oh my God, this is great. I just met Dave and we've had a cool conversation. I'm going to go upstairs, get pissed for a tenner. So I go upstairs. And I look at this little fridge, and it's all Thatcher's. Now, the cider drink.
Thatcher's cider is fantastic.
No, it's shit, right? And I'm like, oh my God, why has this changed? And I said, oh, why has this changed? He said, I don't know. And I said, how much are they? He said, £4. Well,
oh no!
No, immediately.
Crushed.
My dream has been crushed here, yeah. So, I look, and Nick's just about 2 arms length to the right of me, and he's obviously busy chatting and doing his stuff. right? But he's not at the sound engineer bit, and he's not doing that stuff. But he's talking to some guy at the bar, ready to go back to his stuff. But I can't help going, what the fuck is going on here? At which point he went, what do you mean, you know? And I said, well, I've just been out for 2 minutes. You swapped the beer, they've gone up for £3. What? And he said, well, we got to make a living, like. And I went, okay, give me one. You know, okay, give me one, no problem. So another conversation I can't tell you about goes on after that. But at the end of the night, so I ended up going and dancing to Chris Calcutt, and I can't remember, I think there was geeks there and nobody else danced, so I was the only person dancing to Chris Calcutt, right? Yeah. So anyway, at the end of the night, don't ever argue with Nick. Don't ever argue with Nick. At the end of the night, I get this tap on the shoulder, and I look round. He goes, I hear, come on, I'm going to get you drunk. And it's Nick Bat. And I'm like, okay. And he leads me over to this barrel of what was Thatcher's, just loads of, I don't know what he's got with Thatcher's. He must have an obsession with Thatcher's cider. But there's like a barrel with ice full of Thatcher's cider that is now a barrel of bopping water with loads of Thatcher's cider. And he goes, help yourself. Now I'm aware at this point, the lights are on, everyone's gone home, except quite a lot of the Sonic State guys that now seem to be standing behind me. And there's just me and Nick at the bar, or at this barrel, and he's going, just help yourself. And I'm like...
with a straw, yes.
And I'm like backing out, going, well, you could take him home for Christmas, blah, blah, blah. So I back away, like rabbit in a headlight. Oh, he's not even that. So I've backed away about 6 foot, 7 foot, and I'm now behind the bar, feeling safe, near the door. He's not having that. He gets a can, and he walks up and he slams it on the bar. And I'm like, fuck. I'm well aware Gaz is behind me, and Nick is looking angry, and I'm like, fuck. And I'm like, I don't know what to do now. I'm like rabbit in a headlight. So he goes back to the barrel, gets another fucking can, slaps it on the bar. And I'm like panicking now. He does it the third time, and I flip out and I go, that's enough, we're all right, right? So I've got one in each pocket, and I open the third. We're going to where Gaz is found this club till 4 a.m. I get back home. No, not to home. I get back to this. They all walk us back to the venue, and we've all booked places opposite the venue. I actually booked this apartment opposite the venue, so it's literally opposite the venue. And I got back in the apartment. I opened the first can of cider I found in my pocket. I took 2 sips, and I looked at the other one, and I went, I haven't been beaten. No one's beaten me in drinking cider in about 25 years. I was so miffed off. I couldn't even finish them on the train. And that is how I know Nick Bat.
Oh, wow.
He forced fed you cider.
Well, you got another friend.
Nick,
even if it was Thatcher's.
Nick Bat doesn't strike me as someone who would do that, but
oh, you don't.
One can never tell.
No, believe me, he is a very, very professional person. But also, you got to remember, he made a great big rave track, so he's not like that serious underneath. I mean, he is.
Well, no, yeah. I mean, Nick. I've watched Sonic State for years. It's unfortunate that I can't watch him live at the moment, but Sonic State has. I mean, that was the original synth show, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh,
You know,
it's standard.
he is a groundbreaking producer
Well, you go back.
and muso
back-
friend.
Yeah.
You go back to look at a review on a key oscillator. There's only Korg and Nick doing it in
Yeah.
what looks like his bedroom.
Mm.
So no, you can't. Yeah, and no, there is a reason why he's successful at it, and he is like that. You know, he's very professional, but also, he knows how to make the party, but to be in a party when he can go, right, I've made the party. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's a certain skill. I mean, I love Gaz, but I'm not sure he has that skill. Gaz would go, here's a field, I found mushrooms, I'm not sure where the sound system is, but I bought a Volca.
Yeah. No, Nick did a review of my controller. He did a stellar job as well. But I don't think it's one of those ones you can go back and look at. I think it's too far back, before they were stored onto YouTube, as it were. I remember
I
watching
don't know,
it.
they go back 10 years ago.
Well,
Yeah,
they do.
controller's
They do
longer
on
than that.
SonicState.com.
Yeah,
no,
I
even
think
on YouTube, it's pretty old.
the controller.
watched-
You must have done that in 2011, something like that. So about 11 years ago, 12 years ago, whatever it is.
Hold on, I
That's
was
a long time,
Googling
innit?
when Play Oscillator came out. Hold on.
But he did it, and I remember he was watching it, and it was going out live, and I'm watching this thing, and going, don't make a big deal about how much it costs. Don't say how much it costs or anything like that. And he's doing this beautiful review of it, and he's playing. I can't remember what the keyboard was, but he had a keyboard to hand, and it was playing the IMP2 GeForce's IMP2 software. And he's showing how it all worked and playing it, and he said, look, you can do all this, and these buttons do this, and blah, blah, blah. And he goes, there's 112 controls on it. And you can do all this stuff, and blah, blah, blah. I'm going, yeah, but mention you can use it on other synths. But he didn't. I went, okay, yeah, but don't mention how much it costs. And he goes, but the thing is, though, it does cost quite a chunk of change. And I went, no!
But it did things that other controllers couldn't do.
Yeah.
That
And
was
the
the
thing
point.
It was because
But to be fair,
it's been a secret for years, but
To be
I'm
fair-
letting this out.
you want honesty. You
Well, I
got
said
it.
that the controller should be about $499 max, ideally
Yeah.
$399.
Yeah.
My business partner said no, it should be more, because if you're going to do them and they're bespoke, they should cost more. I go, yeah, but we can do it for $499 and still make a profit. Sorry, $399 and
And you
still
were
make a
right,
profit.
Kent. And he was wrong.
Well, the thing was, I said it will impact how many we sell, surely. And he goes, no, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. Dave and Chris are going, really? $795? Really? For a controller?
Yeah.
Oh.
No.
And I said, I'm going, yeah, like that. And he goes, well, can't you do it for less? I'm going, it's kind of, I'm just a designer, sorry. I just build them, And so anyway, so it gets launched, it goes out for $795. And I get loads of people going, oh, I didn't know it was going to cost that much. I was really looking forward to it, but I didn't know it was going to be that much. And I find myself kind of apologising to them. I'm really sorry it cost that much.
Yeah, that's even worse.
But I
That's
kind of
just
have to
bad,
support it now because it is.
Yeah, because you're involved.
It's done in the advert.
You designed it.
Yeah.
I
anyway.
would like one.
Here's the thing, right? When I started seeing them going second hand on Reverb for $4,500, I'm going.
Exactly.
Oh, no, I'm all right. No, I'm all right. I feel all right about it now.
Kent, why
I
do you
could
think
go a
I'm...
cupboard full of them.
Yeah, I wish I bleeding had. But you know what? We made 50. We sold 50. But we did buy stuff to make more, and then.
And you didn't keep it. to
No,
make
the bank
more.
contacted me and they said, "Look, you just
we
can't
can't
use
fund
this
you
credit
anymore."
card. You can't use this credit card anymore." I'm sorry, you've maxed out. We're not allowing you more than 25 grand at 34%.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I mean, I paid off my debts of making that controller in 2016. Into
So
2016.
about 20 years later, yeah.
Yeah, no. So it was quite, about 4 or 5 years, something like that, of having to pay back every month, and an extra lump had to go to pay off the card. And which was quite ironic, really, because by then, Mum was not legally able to have a credit card.
Yeah.
Because she was deemed
not compos mentis.
Exactly, or whatever the words were for it. And so they killed the card off, but obviously the debt remained. But it was in her name. And I'm going, well, there's no fucking way she's going to the grave with a debt over her. So I'm paying this thing off like crazy. And I'm going, oh, never again, all this sort of thing. And literally 2 weeks after I paid the very last payment, I go, oh, I wonder what I could design now. I wonder what I could do. I design this or design that.
128 knob MIDI controller.
Yeah, but you know what? But the thing was, I learnt a lot. So I go, it'll be surface mount. Yeah. It'll be the size of my dick, and it'll be 12p.
Yeah.
And that'll be fine.
No, the thing is with kit like that now, really the only cost-effective way of doing it is DIY. Because the cost of going into full mass, full production is too high. The risk is too great, and you really need to be you either have to have a product that is so unique. I mean, I lust after Adamski's synth, Adams synth.
Yeah,
it sounds beautiful. I know it'll be really well made.
Yeah,
but I'm praying for him to be able to get the production side nailed down. And I know that you talked to him, Kent. So it's sort of every shortcut you can make in designing a hardware product these days, you have to take, whether it's PCB size, PCB design. Is it cheaper going for a smaller PCB and then going for board-to-board interconnect?
Yeah.
Or is it go for the bigger PCB and reduce the number of interconnects? If you increase the number of interconnects, you then have to increase the risk of an issue developing because of those board-to-board interconnects. What's your return rate likely to be? If there's a 10% return because of production issues or shipping, failures due to shipping handling.
Oh yeah,
it's a big one. There's a shitload to take into account.
It's an absolute fucking nightmare. It really is. Why anybody who designs, builds, and then tries to sell a product that's a cottage industry,
a physical
level,
product,
a cottage in the cottage industry kind of thing. It's sort of like you got to be mad.
Yeah.
You got to be
well,
really
that's why you have Etsy and Kickstarter. It's sort of Kickstarter's good because you can get the funding up front.
Yeah.
So you can offset
there is
some of the costs.
There is now starting to be a kind of an awareness, people are less likely to just suddenly jump in and throw money at stuff now that that comes up on Kickstarter, because so many of these things, like money's been invested, whatever it is has not happened, and they've disappeared, and where's the money? Where's the product?
I've had a couple of those on me.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Ty ran me off a list of about 23 that he's going, oh, that never turned up, and that never turned. I want to pay for one of them, and that never showed up. Yeah, mate, tell me about it.
I'll tell you one thing. Recently, the Udo synth was kind of done similar to that, wasn't it? I mean, he built a bunch.
The Super
building
6,
synths themselves, and then he's actually had some success. So.
Yeah, because loads of people have said to me, you should build the anaglyph, get it crowdfunded. Okay. Ooh, I don't know about that because that's a big
That's
girl.
a big axe. That's a
That,
big
that
axe.
is that is a big girl. That makes the Colossus look like a stylophone. I'm not quite sure. I want that kind of responsibility thrown on me. Thank you.
Go fund me. Go
Yeah,
fund me.
I like sleeping at night. So.
Speaking of sleeping at night, that's exactly what I'm about to go and
Oh,
do.
he's a man, he is. Look at
I'm
that.
Such a lightweight. I apologise, but
Are you meeting up with Grace tomorrow?
this daffodil is withered. Yes, yeah, late, yeah.
Are you doing the hardware jams, Andrew?
We are. She's up. We
Are
are.
you taking your? You know the challenge is most.
I have always. I have already taken
piece
your
of-
name in vain, Inky.
least
I've
bit
already done
of
it.
gear. I'm expecting the NPC. If you don't take
Yeah.
you better be pointing at that axe. You're not. I'm going to delete the entry. So
That's why I couldn't do the hardware jam.
It'll be the NPC, and I'm going to take the. I'm the thing because it did occur to me. I
The
thought, well,
SH101.
it doesn't say you can't use the other bits. You've just got to make sure you're
no,
using the bit that you don't.
no. It's quite. Don't start
Specific.
cheating.
No, I know,
If
I
you-
know.
If you don't, I mean,
Okay.
I'm
all right.
thinking about cheating, but not to that extent. Get on with it. Get
I
your
haven't told you even what
NPC
my
and go-
cheat is yet. This has got CV outputs, hasn't it?
Yeah, but you can't use the modular because that's what you are most using, not what you are least using.
No,
it's
you're
not
right.
what I'm
Okay,
least using
am I allowed
and
to-
what I can fucking
Am I allowed
use
to
every
take?
day.
Am I allowed to take a keyboard controller?
You're allowed to take
Yes,
yes.
Right. Okay. Good. That's all right. So
because it's
all right,
Your
hardware.
mental
In which case-
capacity and
in
some
order to-
humour
in order
if
to
you
make
can
it-
find it.
humour. I feel really fucking humorous right now, Inky. Thanks. I'm gonna take.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I could use the Argonate. That would be something because if I was going to do the hardware jam, it's least used gear. It's going to be the NPCX, which means it'll be a 10-minute set of me there going.
Can me and Dom are gonna do a new show? Well, we're gonna do a new thing where
We've no
I
time for
beg,
anything here.
where I've got.
Anyway, Lisa, I'm sorry. I'm gonna say it will be
really?
the NPC, it will be the Arturia, and it will be the SH01A because that's not been switched on in God knows
All
how
right,
long.
fair enough. No modular. I'm watching you, mate. I'm watching
no
you.
modular tomorrow. I promise
I'm
you.
fucking watching.
No
All right.
modular tomorrow. Oh God,
That's
I've just gone and
interesting.
said
Look at
it.
that.
All right.
Kosh is saying that he's
Yeah.
looking at the Nick Batts Impossible
The
2 controller
Impossible 2.
review right now.
Yeah.
So it is out there.
Night all. I'll see you all at some point in the near future. Try everyone.
Cheers, Andy.
Bye,
Take
Andy.
care.
Cheers.
Yeah, I forgot to
Good
say,
night.
I looked up when the Chaos Later was reviewed, and that's on his
Yeah,
channel.
the Hive. Yeah.
And no, and it's 2010, so yours is 2011. It'll be up there somewhere.
Mm.
Yeah, it will be.
Yeah, I'm Groan's right. I should be. Was it? Is it? Who said it? I can't remember who said it now. Where is it? I can't find it now. Yeah, it was Homegrown said I should use the Hive. That's the least used bit.
If you can find it.
If I can, I didn't even know I owned one. For God's sake. Yeah, I
I,
wonder what it sounds like.
I really must arrange to come down and see you, Kent.
You can help me look for it.
I can reach the parts you can't.
Yeah. I don't know where the hell that is.
I'm not sure we want to see that.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, matron there. Yeah, so yeah, you can come down and have a look for me, Hive.
Anyway, I
Doesn't
was
sound right at all. Doesn't matter how you say it.
I was about to plug something then, Ken.
Oh, go for it then. Plug away,
I was
woman.
about to say, like, if you don't know how to use your NPC,
Mm.
that maybe on live, we might do an on live show where some of us can all join in, and then I
Right.
can plug my Patreon where people could donate to have one-on-one NPC lessons with me.
Oh,
if they
one-on-one
wanted
with
to.
Inky.
Oh.
Oh, you!
I see.
I must go and buy one soon then.
Yes. Our clothes are optional. That's
Just
what
bring
I'm
cider.
I'll bring the Thatchers along, yes.
Yeah.
No, you can, yeah. You wouldn't be let through the door.
Oh,
Sorry.
oh dear. Never mind.
Talking to NPCs, I had a little adventure with. I've got an NPC 1000. Some of the tax switches was going on, so I ordered a bunch of stuff from NPC stuff in the States, which surprisingly came in 2 days from the States, which I was surprised about. But anyway, so I've opened it up, desoldered all the old tax switches, put new ones in, put it all together, started clicking them. Ooh, lovely. Now I don't have to mash the buttons.
All right.
Turn the jog wheel, nothing happens.
God.
I'm like, oh God, what the fuck have I done now? So I've bloody had to open it all up again, take the circuit board out. Good thing about the NPC 1000s is it's just like 6 different boards, so it's easy to do stuff in there. Anyway, so I've tried to like resolder the jog wheel. Maybe the solder's cracked. I couldn't see a crack. Put it back together. Nope. Fuck it. Open it up again. So I started like tracing the tracks and see where they're going if there's a problem. So I tracing along. I noticed there's like no solder on one of these joints. I was like, oh yeah. So I look at it and they've got these bridge wires in there. And one of them's obviously in the factory had been cut so short you can barely get solder on. So obviously when I've opened it up, it's probably just fallen off.
Yeah.
It's that bad. So I've put solder on there, but it's like a bubble of solder. I'm sure I don't know how that's going to last.
That's all my soldering.
But I was in a real panic yesterday.
X, do you do electronics, or are you just a hobbyist?
That's like, I've DIY'd a couple Euro rack modules. I actually did electronics in college, but that was so long ago. Don't even count that. So, yeah, but it's working.
You're not frightened of a soldering iron?
No, definitely not. Yeah, but that was a panic from yesterday. I was like, but yeah, it's nice having new tack switches on that thing.
Yeah, I'll bet.
That's impressive. I'm impressed.
Yeah, no, it is. I've got to put new tack switches on the Oasis, and I've been meaning to do it now for 5 years. And I will get round to it. But in my defence, it's those weird ones that have the really, really long actuators on them.
All right, yeah.
So you've got a tiny, tiny little tack switch, but you've got this big, long pole sticking on it. And I ordered a load, and it was like, they were, I think, about 3 millimeters too short or something. So it was like,
oh, bloody hell.
So, and I actually, incidentally, I ordered a pot for the pitch bender on the hydrosynth, because at that point I still thought it was the hydrosynth that was causing the problem, not the bloody TR8. And they're tiny, tiny little pots, but they're metal shafts and they're D shafts, and they've got the sliced off bit. Okay, how hard can that be? They're pretty off the shelf, aren't they? No, apparently not. And I had to get them from CPC, I think it was. But get this, I thought I'll get 4. I'll get 4 because, you know, if it's something that goes, I'll have other people, you know, bringing in their hydrosynth going, oh, my pitch wheel's gone. So I thought I'll have a couple in stock. What I didn't realise, it was going to cost 30 quid for 4 pots, little pots.
Yeah.
Oh, that.
So 12, and because the I think it was because the shipping was under 25 quid. Sorry, the cost of the pots was under 25 quid, and it was only just under 25 quid, by the way. It was like 12 quid shipping.
Oh, bloody hell. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like, but I don't want 5 pots. It's like, oh bollocks, bye.
Right, yeah.
And then I found out I didn't need them at all. It's the TR8 was sending pitch wheel information. A drum machine. Pitch. Yeah.
Why?
Aha, exactly. Turns out it's got that global tuning thingy.
All right, yeah.
Well, not a global. No, not what am I talking about? Twat. The drum, the snare drum, it's tunable.
Yeah.
But it's using the pitch wheel CC.
CC. Oh my God.
And it was randomly sending it out, and the hydra's picking up on it, and it wasn't detuning, but anything I was playing with the Hydra detuned about almost 3 cents. It was, if it had been precisely 3 cents, it'd be okay, but it was like 2 3/4, so it was like, kind of, oh my God. And he whacked the wheel and it'd be fine again. And then it was just randomly sending it out. Bastard.
Can I, just before I leave, because I'm going to have to leave, can I tell you the only reason I know how to solder, apart from my parents are goldsmiths, so they used to solder. They used to solder chain at home, which if only I'd picked up a link every day, I could probably have bought a house by the time I was 18. But yeah, I was a DJ in the 90s, and we had this, I bought this Vestax mixer second hand, and the crossfader went, and I went to Vestax, and this is in about 94. I said, how much do you want for this mixer crossfader? And they went, £75.
Jesus.
Now, to put that in perspective, I was unemployed, and that would be all my money, right?
Yeah.
And also, so I went to Maplin's at the time because I understood what a potentiometer was, right? I get what, I've got it right. Don't make me look like an idiot, right? If I haven't got this story right, I'm going to lie.
It's just a linear potentiometer,
yeah, right.
Yeah.
So I went to Maplin's, and it was a good Maplin's. It wasn't the girl where we went, no, you can't take American voltage from a step-down transformer because I don't know what you're doing and you're going to blow up your house. Maplin's. It was the proper Maplin's in Manchester where there was 2 guys in a hatch with loads of, like, drawers.
They knew the difference between a resistor and a diode.
They just got drawers of, shit that you went, yeah, that's the shit. It wasn't a shop, it was just drawers of, like. So I went in and I went, right, I want this, blah, 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 but it's the impedance of this and the ohmage of this. And they just looked at me and they went, nah, that ain't standard. You're not going to get that. So I was gutted. I was
It was either a 10k or a 100k linear pot. I can almost guarantee it.
No, it had to be like a fader, even, but it was like that. Something like the impedance was. Vestax had made it so only Vestax was making it, basically, because these guys this was the very start of Maplin's, and before the internet. So if Maplin's in Manchester with the 2 guys with the little drawers didn't have it, so I was gutted. Anyway, a couple of days later, I'm gutted because that's the end of my DJing. I can't afford, a couple of days later, I go to a shop, and it's like some second-hand shop with some electric bits, and there's some 70 switches in a box, and lo and behold, there's like a switch. It's only any fader is only a potentiometer, right? It's how many bits you link up to it, so you can have left and right, or just. Anyway, found that, and 2 volume switches, which I not only converted the volumes, but they were stereo now. I made them stereo. So, however, they didn't fit in the box. Obviously, they didn't fit in the Vestax box, did they? So I had to make sure that when I really played these things, they'd fit. So my kind of solution was cardboard and gaffer tape. And by the time I'd fixed it, you could pick it up with the crossfader. Gaffer tape. And I don't know what happened to that mixer, but I think someone stole it. I don't have it now, and it never failed, so I think someone nicked it.
Well,
It had a really good give as well, because as a DJ, you like a bit of give, and the cardboard was really stiff, but it did have a little bit, obviously.
A little bit of give.
Yeah. And that's my, I'm a fix-it person. If I have to fix it, I will. But otherwise, I'm just not interested.
well, I remember having to rebuild a wafer switch, and there were 8 wafers. I think it was an old piece of HP gear, or Farnell gear, or something like that, or RS. And Maplin had the replacement parts, but wafer switches are fantastic. But when you've got 8 of the fuckers stacked together, and you've got to re-solder every single bloody connection on them, you really want to kill someone afterwards.
Well, that's why you don't. That's why we know Kent. That's why you go Kent.
I think even Kent would kill someone after doing an 8-stack wafer.
I don't know what it is, but I don't want to know what it is either.
Oh, I've got that beat.
The CS80.
No.
Yeah, it's that thing behind you.
No. When it comes to stacked wafers, it's the Wurlitzer Sideman.
Yes.
That's about 45 wafers.
Oh,
The clicky switch is that deep.
well, it's analog,
Mental.
digital.
It's mental. Whatever. It's bizarre. Well,
Yeah.
it's brilliant, but my God.
Yeah. But it is logic switching through analog switches. You know, on a circuit diagram, you can get your head around it, but actually having to wire and solder the bloody things is a completely different matter. You look at the schematic and you go, oh yeah, I understand that, and this goes there, and and then you look at the actual device and you go, I want to kill someone.
Yeah.
And especially if you, some of the old radios, if you're trying to restore them, and they've got these beautifully wired systems, and they're wax string tied.
Yeah.
And it's a work of art. I mean, the people who assembled some of this older kit, you have to take your hat off to them. But it's when you're trying to repair them, you just think, why did they do this?
I know. I've still got a box of waxed lacing wire from when I started doing the anaglyph, and which showed me early on, I think, just how off on the wrong foot I was.
Yeah.
Where I was trying to make a massive polysynth that was built like it would have been built in 1976.
Yeah.
What an idiot!
Everything is PCB and interboard connects.
Yeah, and I'm wax lacing these wiring loops. It's stupid.
It is an art form.
Yeah, I mean it's actually relatively easy. Once you get going, it's like la 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 la. It's really easy to do. But I'm going, why am I doing this? Why don't I just get ribbon cable?
Yes.
Gentlemen, can I bow out and ask the chat, because I'm watching you, I can see you're there, unless this is all like...
No, they are actually there.
Are you there, chat?
Yes, they are. They're not apparitions.
Seem to be talking about like intelligent stuff, so I need to go, and I think someone else needs to join myself, so I'm going to go, and
I shall post the link.
One of you join, you fuckers, because I'll find you if you don't, and you know I will, and you know I'll join every show.
There are friends,
everywhere.
Inky. They're not fuckers. There are friends.
Well, no, they're not.
Because I'm one of them.
Well, no, that's different. That's our private conversation session.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I forgot. Shouldn't mention that.
No.
No, no.
The conspiracy will live on.
No, Friends is okay, but what time are we on? It's like 11:20 on a Friday.
It's still
on
early.
an insane show that has no real point to it.
Which
you're
is
all
the point
feckers.
of it.
Which is the point of it. You're all fuckers. I'm off. Bye. Love you.
See you.
See you later,
Good night,
sweetheart.
Ingy.
I love you. Bye. 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 Bye.
Bye.
Bye, darling.
Oh, dear. Yes, as Steve Powell says, Inky is charming tonight.
Oh, I'm feeling Vangelis again. Hang on. I'm going to do here we go.
Would it work?
Yes. Watch for the smoke.
That's why it was open earlier on.
So, are you in the music business, or are you just a hobbyist like me?
More of a hobbyist, really. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you have a genre that you are into, or a synth that you're obsessed with, like I do over Kurzweils? Or
I would love a K2500. Oh,
they are fantastic, I've got to say. Yeah.
that's one of my dream synths. But at the moment, like Kent, I'm rather enamoured with the Hydrosynth, which I got maybe a month ago.
Oh, did you get the deluxe or the?
I've got a desktop. One thing I hate about it is those little rubber buttons are just pointless. I kind of wish I bought an Explorer now. I couldn't really see because I got a tax return. I had enough to buy that or the Explorer. I've not got that much room. I don't really need another keyboard, but I kind of wish I bought an Explorer now, even though it's cheaper as well. Because I can't really enjoy the polyphonic aftertouch with those silly rubber keys.
Oh, good evening.
Evening, Keith.
Hi,
Hello,
how are you? Yeah, good stuff here, yeah.
Good man.
Yeah,
In the chair.
I'm with you, X, on the Hydrosynth. I mean, I've been looking at the Kurzweil K2700, which it's beautiful, but the polyphonic aftertouch and the sounds that I've heard coming out of Kent's Deluxe, and then I see the UBXA demo from the Synth King, and I think that sounds really good. And as I said in the ProSynth Network chat, UBXA, it sounds really good, and yes, it's analog, but the Hydrosynth sounds really good, and it has polyphonic aftertouch, and it has a really nice interface. It just sounds so bloody good.
Every time I play it, I wish I had another one.
Yeah, which you get with the Hydrosynth Deluxe, don't you?
You're making a track, and you just think, "Oh, I want another sound from the Hydrosynth in this." But
yeah,
of course you can record it and stuff.
I just think, yes, I do like Behringer stuff. I know I'm alone in that, but
I've got a Neutron.
No Sasquatch. I've got
TD3.
Well, yes.
Beringay and Beringay down here somewhere as well. So.
But
I did actually. I was thinking, because I really wanted a new poly, but yeah, like I said, I got that 600 quid tax return. I was like,
yeah.
I was looking at DeepMind, and then I thought, Hydrosynth as well.
Well, I
was thinking because I wanted the analog, but then I started.
I've got a DeepMind 12, and I've got to say, I think it's a wonderful synth. Not comparing it to anything, as it is, the DeepMind 12 is a really, really good synth, and it's very versatile, and it can sound fantastic, and it can teach everyone a lot about synthesizers. So I've got that, and that sort of fills a need. And there's this Kurzweil 2700, and I've got a 26 and a 25 and a PCMX. And it's sort of, do I really want to spend $2,500 on a synth? And then there's the UBXA, which great analog, 16 voice, aftertouch, but the Hydrasynth, I just think has more, there's, I don't care whether it's analog or digital. I mean, which is quite bizarre, bearing on mind.
Analog. I was surprised how analog it can
exactly.
Sound.
It doesn't matter what the technology
something that
is.
They
sounds
boast
fantastic.
as like a wavetable synth.
Yes.
That's what everyone talks about, but no, he can do analog really well as well.
Yeah, I just think the Deluxe is a fantastic package, and I'm pretty close to pulling the trigger on one, I think. And it's sort of, do I wait and buy 10 cheap Behringer synths, or do I just go for a Hydrasynth and shut up for the next 2 years? Because the Deluxe, I think, great keyboard. Certainly from what I've heard coming out of Kent's, I just think, wow, it just sounds the business.
Yeah. Well, it's like when I compared that Arturia's CS80 V4 with 80, with the 80 itself.
Almost indistinguishable.
The difference wasn't really worth talking about on certain key points within the synth. I mean, there's areas where it won't be able to quite get it, but that's
but add a couple of tracks to it, and you think you wouldn't notice.
Exactly. And it wouldn't stand out if you're doing something very specific and in the up front, especially in the guitar 1-2 neck of the woods on it. Then you're going to hear it and you're going to go, well, that's not quite an 80, but pound for pound.
Yeah,
it's
but
very worth it.
But if someone was going OBX8, so Oberheim original, or something for a third of the price, i.e. Hydrasynth Deluxe, it's sort of if you've got the $5,000, go for the Oberheim. It's a fantastic, beautiful sounding synth. But the Hydrasynth Deluxe for what, 1,700? It's sort of, it sounds, well, it sounds whatever you want it to sound like,
Yeah.
And that's where I sort of get tied up in these. The Oberheim OBX8 is fantastic. It replaces blah, blah. It can do the OBXA, it can do the OBXB, it can do XYZ, and then I think, but the Hydrasynth can do all of that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, all right. There's an 80 there. Admittedly, it's not mine.
Yeah.
Right. As I pointed out, my one's in a carrier bag, but that's here. Because it's on long loan, I thought it'd be nice to be up here, and I can have a little tinkle on it now and again.
Yeah.
But when you look at the rest of the studio, of the gear I have physically bought and use, you're gonna not live very long. You're gonna starve if you're looking for analog.
Yeah.
So, do you know what I mean?
But digital is so good these days, it doesn't matter.
No, not at all.
It's about, does it sound good, and that's it.
Well, I mean, the weird thing is, yes, there is this sound element, obviously, to analog and stuff like that. But for somebody who fights to keep them alive,
that's the other thing.
when people say analog to me, I see
nightmare,
lack of facility. I see wobbliness. I see all the stuff that
it's the imperfection in analog that gives it that little bit,
but there's imperfection in analog that makes you just want to like punch
throw it in the
repeatedly.
bin. Yes.
Yeah, and you got to take the rough with the smooth with that. So the amount of people have had to say to me, "Oh, I'd love a CS80, but only if I lived actually within 20 miles of you."
Yes.
Otherwise I don't.
And had bottomless pockets.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I mean, there's a guy in Iceland. He's had to ship his 80 here to get it done.
Bloody hell.
Good God.
Yeah, and what with the various problems that there was, because this machine was not a happy girl. He's got to try and get it shipped back. I didn't know this, but apparently they don't do sea freight. It's
air
freight only. And he's so there's that, and then he's got to pay the 25% import duty on it because it was here for more than 6 months.
Yes.
Oh. Ouch.
And I just hope he's stocked up a lot of rotting fish. You know what I mean? Because I don't even want to think about what that bill's going to be like. I mean, but all right, he gets the 80 back, and it's going to probably be the only one in Iceland that actually works. But it could possibly be the only 80 in Iceland. But you know, it's sort of like, really, all that, going through all that to have an 80.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, they're lovely, but my God, there's a limit.
But
there's got to be a limit somewhere.
It's not just about analog, old vintage analog. There is the modern analog, and you think, yes, it sounds wonderful. It would be interesting if they could get 10 of the new Oberheim OBX8s lined up together and actually do a comparison to see whether the modern analog construction and component choice is better than it was in the old days of the original Mini Moog. Sorry, yeah. I can't. I know I've been corrected, but for me it's always going to be Moog because that's what we called it back in the 70s.
God, I was calling it Moog when I was 14.
Knee high to a grasshopper.
Yeah.
And nothing's changed.
Yeah, and then suddenly it's like, no, it's Moog. Oh, I don't do that now. I do give Michelle a hard time for that, though. Bless her.
Yes.
Every time I talk to her on Skype, you pronounce your name wrong, mate. Do something about that.
But yeah, I mean, are Oberheim using component tolerances which are much tighter now? Are they guaranteeing that every OBX8 would sound the same?
Well,
because if they do, I'd actually be disappointed.
Well, the thing was, when I spoke to Dave yesterday, and he says, we fired it up, and he went, oh, that's not the big fat sound I was expecting. Yeah. And Chris goes, oh, you've still got it on OBX, it's on 2-pole. Put it on 4-pole. Oh, so he puts it on 4-pole and goes, oh yeah, there it is. It was instant Oberheim.
Yeah.
Mm. It was the sound that he knew, which is obviously the XA and the.
But shouldn't have been
the 8.
Shouldn't it have been like that on the 2-pole?
No, because the X sounds totally different. It's a totally different.
Is it different to the XA?
Yeah, it's different VCOs, different filters. Yeah, it's a component level filter, I think, on the X.
Right.
Transistor based filter. On the XA, is it Curtis 3020?
I think it's a Curtis. Yeah.
I think it's Curtis as well. Yeah. But the VCOs are the transistor array ones. They're the 3086s, I think they are. The same that was in the SEMS. And then the OB8 was like all Curtis. Right. So there were actually 3 different machines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They could have called the X something completely different and put it in a different case if they want, and nobody would ever think that the two were related from the X and the XA. But it's like a lineage, and it's like boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
But what you get at the end with the OBX8 is you get all 3
all
machines.
of them, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
And all the best parts of all those machines, plus all the memories and velocity, which none of them had. You've got a lovely playable keyboard instead of the OB8 uses the Poly6 keyboard.
Yeah.
But the XA and the X use the Pratt Reed, which is like a giant Minimoog keyboard. Yeah. And that's actually a bit... And of course you've got to change the bushes every 10, 12 years or whatever. When they go dry out, go grey, and drop into the bottom of the case and everything goes ka-tink, ka-tink, like that.
Is the new one a Fatah keyboard then?
I would assume so. They seem to be the most prolific keyboard manufacturers at the moment. So.
And I don't know whether it's Fatar or Fatar. But
I say Fatar.
It's Moog.
yeah, exactly.
Fatar, Petita, Bonacita. It's whatever. It's the toothy thing goes on the front. That's all you need to go in the shop and go. I just want the black and white.
The white and black bit. Yes.
Yeah, that toothy bit that goes on the front of the keyboard. One of them. Yeah, go for it. So there you go. So Dave has been comparing her with these other three machines, and we wait with bated breath on the results of his poll.
Yeah. Do you know if Dave has to send the main PCB back to them, or
no idea?
Because if not, can you snag it?
I think more than his life's worth.
Oh, just wondering. It's
Marcus would never speak to him again.
Oh, it's the TP9.
Yeah,
says John Simpson. Yes.
There you go.
I think that's the same keypad use on the Kurzweil.
Okay. Yeah, it's you said it's a lovely light touch, so which is good for that. So
yeah,
good.
But the Behringer UBXA that has a polyphonic afterbed.
People think maybe.
I'm sort of confused by that.
It might receive.
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Because they say it's MPE, and that means a lot of things, but it could be more in than
well,
out.
loads of synths will receive it, but
Yeah. And then there's this thing between, there's MPE and there's channel pressure, and the way the different aspects of them.
That's why I'm still thinking Hydrasynth Deluxe. If I'm going to drop almost $2,000 on a synth, the Hydrasynth is probably the way to go.
I'm certainly glad I got mine.
Yeah, well, you got yours very cheap as well.
But I was so impressed with the 49.
Yeah.
That when they said, they were going to do a deluxe, I go, that is precisely what I need now. That is just more keys, because I kept falling off the end caps and banging my head on it. Because bang like that, because it's not wide enough. I need more keys. So they go, we're going to do this 70, 76 or whatever it is. I'm going, yes.
Well, you see, I'm used to 88, so.
I'm used to
and I can play that really, really badly.
Yeah, I can play 88s with the more keys, the worse I am.
The worse I sound. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I can actually get more notes wrong.
And more options to be wrong.
Yeah. I can play a 12-note keyboard really, really well.
Oh, yes. Get one you can play with your head. So, it could be a poly AT keyboard. If it is, I'd like to know
they have
where
talked
from.
about it, haven't they?
I'd like to know where from.
And for that price.
But they've been talking about a polyphonic aftertouch keyboard for a long time. So,
but they've been talking about a lot of things for a long time.
Well,
but they are producing them. I mean, they did another post on the sort of mini VCS3 today, which for $100, $100 US dollars, so £100 or 120 euros or whatever. It's one of those no-brainers. You just think, if it sounds vaguely like a VCS3, it's going to be worth it.
Well, yeah.
And they will produce it. I mean, is there anything they haven't produced that they said they? I mean,
the CS80.
Everything has taken longer, and the CS80 I think is still probably going to be another 2 years at least.
Yeah, it's been they announced that one a long time ago, and there's been no more said about that. But there again, the thing is, all right, Behringer's a big company, but it's not that big. It can't produce all of those things that quickly, surely, anyway.
No.
But I think what they like to do is they like to, throw these crumbs out, and we all peck at them.
Yes.
And go, oh yeah,
It's very clever.
That'll tie us over for a little while, and we'll keep eating these crumbs until the big sandwich falls off the table, and we'll have some of that, thank you. And it just keeps the interest going, keeps it in the general psyche. So, although I must admit, until old Steve Elbow in the chat had said about the Behringer CS80, I had forgotten about it. I must admit, I forgot they wanted to do one of them. But I also heard the Oscar that they were going to do, they've abandoned altogether.
Right.
Oh, really?
They couldn't get couldn't get it to sound like an Oscar.
What happened with
because they couldn't get the shit components anymore.
And they go, really? How does this work again?
Germanium diodes?
Yeah, why does it work? It's a very unique setup, I must admit. So, but I'm always having a joke about Behringer's expense, but at the end of the day,
it's just another company.
Yes,
they're just louder than all the others.
Yes, and I've been very glad that some of the cheaply, keenly priced stuff of theirs that I've bought and used in the past.
Yeah.
So,
and I've got to say, after having bought Mac's 12U104 rack unit, I'm going to be ordering some purely Behringer modular stuff just to fill it with, and just have a play and see how bad I can make those sound. Yeah, well,
what
like
happened to
everything
their Pro
else,
600? They were releasing the Profit 600, wasn't they? That's gone quiet again, even though they had a working model of it.
I think they've got all their working. I think they've got most of their prototypes working, apart from probably the CS80. Because Kent's worked on it. The number of voice cards and it's a particularly complex little beast. The other synths, I think they probably have the prototypes, but they will be waiting on components. And the thing is, once they've got all the components, running off 10,000 of them for Behringer is nothing, because they have the production facilities. But if they don't have the components, they're as hamstrung as everyone else. And when you look at the shortage of graphics cards, for example, for PCs, it's a nightmare at the moment. And with Samsung announcing last week that they're in talks about increasing their prices by 20%, it's a very complex distribution chain at the moment. But I think once it's settled down a little, I wouldn't be surprised if Behringer actually have quite a large release of, probably between 5 and 10 products simultaneously. I think we will be talking about them for a long time.
Yeah. I reckon so. But I mean, that's the thing. There's a hole in the market. And as the prices of everything else on the planet shoots up for no apparent reason, when very keenly priced stuff comes out, people will leap on it.
Yes. Yeah. If you buy a synth module, whether it has a keyboard or CV or whatever, for $100, it's going to sell. It doesn't matter who makes it; it's going to sell if it sounds good.
I cannot get Charlie to do that. If he sits with me, if I put my arm around him and I go, "All right, mate," like that, he goes, "Oh, fuck off," and jumps down. He doesn't like being touched at all.
Be back in a minute.
See you, mate. Ah, he's beautiful, isn't he? Are you watching this, Charlie? This is what you're supposed to do. Miserable dog. No, I've got to cut him some slack. He had his life was hard before he came here.
All right.
Bless his little heart.
Yeah.
But No, he's a good lad. He's a good lad. Oh, how come you lightly screw the top of these vapes on, but when you want to undo
I've
them,
just filled mine. Yeah, I've just filled mine.
I need an there must be an elastic band around this. No, I cannot get it open again.
Yeah, the one I'm using is like it just half turns open. It's not like a screw lid. It's more of a sort of it's when you turn it, it sort of just locks into place. It's so much easier.
Oh right,
than
yeah,
those.
okay, yeah. No, this thing it just.
Yeah. I think because what it is, because you're heating it up, isn't it? So
yeah, it must be that because I go, I didn't do it up this tight, but I'm going to shit myself in a minute. I'm not careful. Keith, man, your dogs, they're gorgeous.
So how are you getting on with the vaping, by the way, Kent? Because you were on the SIGs not that long ago.
Yeah, I've been on the SIG since dinosaurs roamed the earth. Honestly, I've been on it for donkeys, and I thought, I've got to do something. So I thought, well, I give it a try. Funny enough, I'd watched Andy Brooks using it, and I've watched Richard Hilton. He'd be there and suddenly go, like that. I go, well, so what's it like? He said, oh, brilliant. Yeah, cool. I go, well, I don't know. I'm going to miss fags really bad when I come off. And he goes, well, you might. He said, yeah, try it out. Anyway, so I tried it, and it was no problem at all.
Yeah, I was the same.
It just completely replaced it. And I was like, no, fine. Yeah. I went, bloody hell.
I think it must be to do with because you're actually, it's not like a patch or anything. You are still got that motion of.
There's something you hold on
and
to.
And the stuff's going into your.
Yeah, muscle memory, yeah.
Because I didn't really want to vape, but my dad had a triple bypass and he had to give up smoking.
Yeah.
So he started vaping, and of course he said, right, you're going to start vaping. Because I don't want you to go through what I've gone through, sort of thing. Yeah. So he bought me a vape, and I'll try it. And then that was it. I was like, wow.
Yeah, I know. It's basically, I woke up one morning and coughed. And then I coughed and coughed and coughed and coughed.
Fiona picked you off the floor.
Yeah. And I was like in a right mess. And I went, I'm going to have to do something about this. Yeah. And that afternoon, I picked out a vape, bought one. And it must be over a month ago since I had the last pack, the last packet. And then.
You're doing really well, Kent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found it quite surprising. I can't get over just how easy it was to just go, no, all right, bye-bye, and start this. If it had been, I'm going to give up smoking, and like this, I probably would be locked up now for the 12 people that I murdered.
Yes. The key now is just reducing the nicotine levels, and just do that really slowly.
Yeah, I mean, already I'm finding that the what is it, 2 milligram one?
Blimey, that's low.
That's low.
Is it?
Yeah. Well, I think I started on like 24.
Oh Christ!
I'm still smoking tobacco, but I'm sort of 50-50 now. When I'm on these chat streams, for some reason I want to smoke tobacco, but when I'm not on these chat streams, I use my vape.
Yeah.
And I'm using 11, either 18 or 11, depending on the flower. I've got a couple of these devices in front of me.
The fags I was smoking were silvers, silk cut silver or something, so they were pretty bloody low.
Yeah.
So I went on to this, and initially it was at 2. It was like, sweats, but kind of got used to it. But I thought, what I'll do is I'll go down at 1.8, and then eventually I'll go back down to 1.2, and then 0.8, and then eventually I'll go, let's try bubblegum flavour for a laugh, and something like that, and then. I mean, vaping after that, I mean, it's little and often, I think. Dear Richard Hilton said to me, he says, little and often. Don't take huge loads and try and, blow out an entire bonfire. Just boop, 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 and like that. Little and often. I mean, okay. Because apparently if you do too hard, it's just as bad as smoking, apparently. So I was like, okay then. I was trying to get away from that, so yeah, okay. I'll take your advice, sir. And so far. except I can't get the lids off the fucking...
You see,
No.
this is why you should have got the S2 that has a unscrew and slide lid so you can easily fill it. The Aspire S2.
Oh. Well, to be honest with you, I knew more about the geology of IO than I knew about vaping when I bought it, to be fair.
Same here, I do
I
struggle with
no
it,
idea.
yes,
Yeah. Fiona got this pen one, but it's breath activated or something, so it doesn't do anything. There's no button, but if you put it in your mouth and
no, I
suck
don't
in,
trust those.
it
I don't
activates
like
it.
those, yeah.
Well,
Well, she's back on the rollies.
sorry.
You know,
Oh,
yeah, I
she's
know, it was good
reverted,
practice.
yeah.
It was good practice, but it was. But she's back on the rollies again.
Yeah.
It
I
hasn't really
tried
worked
those
out for her.
before and it didn't work.
Yeah. And interestingly, I thought, oh, she's back on the rollies again. And, and you're smelling it and stuff like that. And I go, oh, is that going to drag me back on again? And I went, no, it didn't.
Oh, that's good.
So she can smoke her rollies to her heart's. Mind you should hear her hacking in the morning now. And I'm going, at her like this. So, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm sure that she'll eventually come round. Oh, there it goes. Hey.
Cooled down enough.
Yeah. Oh, but the oil isn't in there. Give us 20 seconds.
That's an interesting sound. So, Sass, how long have you been into synths and stuff like that?
I've been into since the early 1980s when I bought I had a very fat wallet and not much intelligence, and walked into a music shop and bought a brand new DX7 because everyone had a DX7, and obviously I'd be able to make really good music because I had a DX7. And the habit just got worse. And through the years I assembled a number of instruments, and I'm still a really shit musician because I trained in woodwind, and it doesn't convert really well to.
No, it
or
doesn't.
my brain doesn't convert it very well into a keyboard. So give me a clarinet or a saxophone, and or even a recorder, and I'm quite happy. And I still struggle putting everything down to a linear form, and these stupid things called chords. It's still an alien concept in my mind because I think my ability to learn music stopped in my formative years. So, picking up a clarinet or something is still just second nature, and trying to convert that into piano style music I really struggle with, but I make noises and sounds that keep me very, very happy. And
That's what it's about. Yeah.
Exactly. I have a vast array of synthesizers that make all sorts of noises that I'm absolutely in awe of, and every now and then you play a phrase and you think, oh my God, that's just wonderful, and you spend the next 2 days just playing that. It's sort of, I just love making noises, and I love recording things. I'm more into the technical aspect of music than the playing aspect. So give me a 4-track or a 12-track or a 32-track, and I'm quite happy recording other people making sounds that make me happy.
Well, there's a skill I ain't got.
Yeah, I was fortunate that I knew quite a few people in the recording industry, so I got to visit some fantastic recording studios and listen to some bands being recorded live and interact with the engineers and the producers, and just have a whale of a time listening to other people make noises that I liked. And, you know, as far as I'm concerned, I would rather be behind the desk than in front of it, you know?
Yeah. I worked at a recording studio in the early 90s for about 3 or 4 years, so yeah, I understand that, yeah. Which was great because they had loads of synths in there, and of course when everyone was gone, I used to just stay there all night.
So where's Cleo tonight?
It's a good question.
Yes, good evening, David, sorry.
Hey, no, good evening. I was enjoying your hearing about your music and what inspires. I think we all get, you know, I actually, it's refreshing to talk to anyone who's not like it's all about the music, man. You know, that, because it's, you know what I mean? That kind of like,
Yeah.
I've been in enough bands and you get like certain types that kind of exhausting, but I don't know. I have found as I've gotten older, as much as I love making music, I'm fascinated by all of it, you know? The designers, just everybody, you know, there's really not I think it's important too, also to kind of follow your own path. Who cares what other people?
Yeah, as long as you get enjoyment for it. There was, I can't remember that YouTuber who did a video about, I don't know, just saying modular synths suck. And I sort of said to him, he's a professional musician. He does music for a living, but I don't. So I come home from work, I can turn my modular on, play around, make some weird patches and weird noises, and I get a ton of enjoyment out of it. For me, that's all I need. I'm not, you know, trying to sell a million records here.
Well, you know, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go on.
I was going to say that what I started to really enjoy about modular, really, first it was kind of the analog stuff, was this kind of mutual relationship with the instrument. No longer was I dominating it. It's sort of like had a life of its own, you know? And I sort of like that. We were kind of equals. And it's like, well, let's kind of work together. You're doing your thing and I'm doing mine. And I kind of understand what you're doing, but not really, because I can't do it again if I wanted to.
Right.
Yeah, modular is very fascinating that way. But now, if you're a control type of person, control freak, and I don't call them freaks because we're all freaks.
Yes, I'm an uncontrolled freak.
I would think I would think. Well, I think what's interesting if you dig into it, even people that are into electronic music or synthesizers or modular, you'll find then there's even more separation. Like, oh no, I don't. If I get in some of these modules that are too complex, I just shut down. I can't, you know. This is like COBOL again in college or something. I can't.
No, Fortran was worse than COBOL.
Oh, I bet it was. And COBOL pretty much sunk me. If I was measured on how good I was at COBOL, I was done. You know, you might as well just. I could not even sit to focus on it long enough without wanting to throw up. You know, I was like, God, this can't be the future. This can't be it. I was like, really? It's got to be something else, right? So
I would hope that the key for most of us is that don't take everything seriously. You know, music should be about enjoyment. It should be about creativity. It should be about fun. It should be about making something that you like. It doesn't matter what anyone else thinks. And, you know, if you happen to make something that sounds good to other people, that's fantastic. But at the end of the day, who cares? You know, it's sort of, unless you're in it, in the industry like Ty is, and, you know, he works very, very hard. I mean, despite his fantastically interesting approach to humanity, he is undoubtedly a fantastic musician. But my God, that guy works his balls off, you know. And to me, that wouldn't be enjoyable. What I do, making the squeaks and squawks and learning out what a F minor diminished is, might take me an hour or two, but I'll get there, and I can make something that I like. And struggling through reading sheet music for piano when I'm used to just reading single bloody notes on a stave, it's I fight with that every time I tackle a keyboard.
But have you ever played in a drum circle?
No, I think I would end up killing everyone.
It's a fascinating thing to try to find your voice within this kind of craziness, right? And a lot of people, well, it's a very hippie thing to do, but there's something to it, right? And then if you get in a band, it can be very similar. You find out, like, there's a lot of bands where you go, man, I wish someone would just stand there and play this shaker. Like, it would, or this tambourine, it would add so much. But there's so many people out there that they cannot accept just that kind of that role. And like, no, it's a huge role. It like lifts the whole song. But you know what I mean? Like it just be a part of something. Like, I don't like to get too caught up with all that other stuff, even though it is ironic that, we've got these things like that Eventide Mission that just came out, and you're just like, oh, I'm in this scale. Oh, I just went up 2 octaves. It's like, or that new Roland thing, right? Oh, here's the chords, and you can kind of scoff at it, but some of those progressions and some of the stuff they come up with, you're like, yeah, that's pretty usable. Maybe this is not so bad,
You actually just reminded me of I don't know if you know a band called the Happy Mondays, because they were a British band.
Oh, yeah.
I've heard of them for sure.
Twisting my melon, man.
Yeah, they had a guy in the band called Bez, and his only job was to play the shaker and dance around on stage. And that was it.
While stoned.
While stoned.
Yeah, there was a band, British Sea Power. They're still around. I think they're called Sea Power now, and they're out of UK. And they would come, and early on they had like this guy that would just like pick up this freaking drum. I don't know what it was, and he'd just run on stage smacking it, while they were, and it was just so exciting, like refreshing. You're just like, because you had these awful DC bands, just pretentious as heck, playing their masterpieces. And then you saw that, and you're just like, oh, this is great. Well, but underneath that, there was a lot of talent too. Classic, what I call a classic, UK drummer, just real skilled, just destroying everything, locking it down in a way that is just so brilliant, but it's so reserved in a good way. It's like, man, thank you for not making fills every 30 seconds, every 5 seconds, whatever, because I can't handle that.
Yeah, well, I've just done.
Anyways, I'll shut up.
It's not light in here. It looks light on the camera. It's quite dark. And I saw Noah, and I went down to stroke him. It's a fucking wig. He's over here. I'm feeling it. Go. What's the matter with the dog?
It's a bit cold.
It's a fucking wig. Oops.
So I have the funny story. I don't know why I'm going to tell this live on the internet, but
go on.
We were older. I guess we were, I don't know, 18 or 19 or somewhere in there, and it was classic kind of hanging out, girls and guys, and we all had this big blanket, right? So there's this girl next to me, and she was always kind of a friendly person. And my buddy was on the other side, right? So we were both like, we thought we were holding her hand and playing the.
Oh my God, I can see it coming.
And at some point, and I don't know when it happened, we were really close friends. We realized we were holding each other. And she had nothing. And then the first horror that came to my mind was, does she know, right? Because we're screwed if she does, right? And
Oh God.
I think about that. I think about that moment every once in a while. It was probably the funniest moment of my life. It was just like so horrifying and funny at the same time. It was like,
Oh God.
I looked over. I was like, ah, how did that happen? Anyways.
Did you go? I'll just leave you guys to it then and walked off.
Yeah, there it is. So I'll see you guys later. So I'm sure that's it. Thanks for letting me be on for a few weeks.
Oh
man.
What a mess. Oh, wait. Come here.
Oh, Vangelis moment. Anything?
You might get to see my puppy. You see my Keith? I got my puppy too.
I thought it was the same dog. He
See
walked
her?
off one screen
See her?
onto the other.
You can see her back.
Hello, beautiful.
This one I can pick up because it doesn't have a torn MCL. Yeah, this is my new one.
Oh,
I don't know if you can see her. She is something else. Yeah, they're coming in. They're bored.
I've got to get Charlie in here to see this.
Yeah, she's all right. She's all right. This is why Cleo's not.
Come and see how a husky's supposed to react. Come on.
She's a good girl.
Miserable dog.
Sit. Oh wait, that's the wig.
Do you know what? It's taken him about 2 years now that I can go, come here, like that, and he'll come over. The ears will go flat, and he'd do all this business, and you go, let me go to stroke him on the head, and he goes, no, like this. No, come here. No. It's like, I want to cuddle you. No, I'm not having it. Don't want it.
Yeah, my cousin's got a rescue dog like that. She'll come and jump on the sofa next to you, but you go to stroke her, she'll just jump off and run.
Yeah, she goes, no, I'm not interested.
Yeah. If you get near their head, like you try to pet their head, and they, like, what are you doing? They cower.
Whereas Siri, on the other hand, I'll be sitting there, I'll be watching TV, for instance. She'll come up on the setting, she'll sit tight beside me, and then very slowly her head comes more and more forward, and then it goes across my face like this, and she's pushing up against my face, and I can't see a thing now, and you'd hear a tail going on the chair, right? And she'd just stay there and go like that. I go, yes, I love you too, like that. Like that. She's a sweetheart, but I just wish Charlie was a bit more. Oh, and this one, Nelly, nutcase. Right, Nels. She's she's a big soppy. She just leans up against you, but she doesn't like. You jump up. Come on, show yourself. Come here. Come on, up here. That's it.
There you go.
Say hello. Say hello. You don't like the chair because it moves, do you? Go, chair moves. Don't want to get up on it. So yeah, she's lovely. And little Noah, who's just he's kind of like a wart. He sort of like you put him down somewhere, and he just stays there. You can come down the next morning, he's still there. He hasn't moved. He's wherever you put him, he just curls up and goes to sleep. Bizarre little dog he is. But I must admit, he follows me around everywhere, that little one. I must admit. He's a lovely little chap. I was like, oh, there you are. Yeah, I thought you wouldn't be far away. Your wonky leg. Bless him.
Need to get a new battery.
Oh. So
I do find it funny how emotionally attached you all get to your pets.
Oh, hideously.
Whereas
I do.
I see. I'm looking after my brother's dog because unfortunately he's no longer able to do so, and I'm just not a. I like cats because they have independence. They have utter disdain for humans, other than when they're being fed, and I really appreciate that. Whereas dogs, I personally, I just feel that they are overly dependent, and perhaps I'm not a pack leader. I'm not one of them, so
yeah. No, I kind of.
I don't have that relationship with dogs that I have with fish or cats. Or,
yeah.
You know.
No, I kind of like it because it's sort of like they need me, and I need them, and it's a sort of symbiotic relationship that tends to get a little bit one-sided at times. I must admit. Cause, like with my last dog Max, I mean, there wasn't a minute of a day went by when that dog wasn't, beside me in some form of sitting, laying down to sleep or whatever, on my lap or whatever. He was always there. He was a big bugger as well.
Yeah, I don't like that need.
Well, each to their own, each to their own, isn't it?
Yeah.
I kind of.
I'm not deriding anyone who's a dog lover.
I'm not saying that. I said no, but I can understand where you're coming from.
I mean, they can be cute as hell. Don't get me wrong, and huskies in particular, I think are admirable animals. But I'm just not I'm not a dog owner. I'm a dog. I look after a dog, but I'm not a dog owner.
Yeah, it's a definitely different level of responsibility. It's just different,
Yeah.
What's funny is the cats annoy me more because, like, if I'm laying in bed, the cat comes right in my face, and it's like right there. And the dog I can just say, hey, get on the side, get out.
Yeah.
And it just like what's interesting with the dogs, especially you get this relationship where you're just like, you don't even realize you do it. You're like, just go lay down, and you just say it, and they're just like, oh, okay, I got it. And the cat is just keeps coming, and it's like right there. Well, except Cleo, she's perfect, but she doesn't.
Yeah, we used to have, because we had 3 cats when we had the 9 dogs, and one of them, Smurf, she was called. She was jet white and deaf as a post because she had the different coloured eyes. Because if they've got the same coloured eyes, they can hear. I think it is, and if they got one blue, one yellow, or whatever, they can't. Weirdly, but anyway, she was deaf as a post, and she did that thing where she'd get up on the bed. You're laying there asleep, enjoying your lying, and she'd get up on your lap and then start doing the clawing bit, and all this business. And if you didn't wake up, she'd do it on your face. Have some of that, and it's like, oh, what the hell? What the hell's this? Oh, it's you. And of course, you tell her to do, sort of like, come on, get down, or something like that. Because she couldn't hear you. She just looked at you and go, I can't hear, so fuck you. Yeah.
I used to have my cat, he first started off, when we first got him, he used to rub my eyelids to wake me up. And then I just used to push him off and go back to sleep. So after that, he used to just jump in under the covers, attack my feet and run away. And jump under the cover to get me up. I was like, oh, bloody. Just to be fed.
Yeah, I get one that nibbles. One that kind of bites me a little, just kind of. It's like
and then the second cat I had, my uncle had this cat, but he was away at business a lot. So the cat was just pretty much feral, and took it in. And it took me so long to even be able to stroke the cat. Yeah. But he used to do this weird thing where he used to cry for food. So you put the food down and walk away, and he'll follow you. Yeah. And what it was, you had to stand behind him, guarding him whilst he ate, and just wait for him to get really into the food and slowly creep away without him noticing. Because he was so used to, like, I guess eating out in the wild or something. He just liked you to be there to protect his back or something. It's really weird.
Yeah. Well, it's like with Noah when it's time for eating, because I think probably because he spent the first 2 years of his life roaming around in the mountains in Spain. When it comes to dinner time, it's the most important thing in his existence. And while I'm preparing their dinner, which takes a little time, he sits in the corner and he makes these pigeon impressions. He just sits there shaking, going, ooh, ooh, like this. I go, all right, in a minute. You go, ooh, 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 like, yes, all right. And it's immensely annoying. And I know that until that dinner's finished, he's not going to shut up. But now, Charlie the Husky, he does this thing. He thinks it's hilarious. He'll run up and down the kitchen and then he'd come up and he'd jump up and push you. And do you mind? Do you mind? Stop that. Yeah. And Siri will be up on the side here, and she watches everything I do. But she knows which dinner's hers, so she starts licking her dinner while I'm still trying to prepare the bloody thing. And I let them do it.
Anthropomorphism is never a good thing.
Yeah, you can say that again. Yeah, bloody hell. I don't know. Yeah, I'm a slave to my dogs. So, and I wear the badge with pride, to be honest. But
well, yeah, nothing wrong with that. You're part of the pack.
Yeah, but I don't think I'm at the top of it. I think I'm a little further down. I'm somewhere between Siri and Noah. I'm down here somewhere. As far as Nellie's concerned, anyway.
Yeah, between Oberheim and Beringer. Yes.
Yeah. She's a really smart dog, though, because all the dogs that I've had before, they hear a fox at the bottom of the garden or something like that, yelping, or there's some strange noise, and you'll do that sort of running into the kitchen, paws going in all directions, and burst out into the garden barking. Not Nellie. Nellie goes, oh, okay, and runs upstairs, goes into the bedroom, stands on the bed and looks out the window. So she gets a much better view of what the noise is, while all the others are in the garden, sort of like looking around, going, I can't see anything. And she's up there, right up high, going, oh, it's out in the field. She's a little moo, she is. Far too intelligent for her own good.
Oh, dear God.
So.
You see, no, I'm not going to say what I was going to say. But,
no, but
I think I said it in chat.
You're probably right.
Jeez.
I said it in chat, I think.
Yeah, I see it.
Was it? Yeah, well, that's true enough. Yeah, okay.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
And you wonder why I'm divorced. Yes, I know.
Well, it's like the what's his name? Oh Christ, I can't remember his name now. Jimmy Carr. Jimmy Carr's joke, isn't it? Where the guy goes about he said there's trouble with our dog, with dogs, because they're always watching you when you're having sex. and he goes,
close the fucking door.
No, he says to Jimmy Carr, he goes, you know what I'm talking about, don't you? That face they make when they're watching you. They're sort of interested, but they're not. And he says, oh no, I don't see their face. They're normally facing the other way. Oh, good grief.
Oh, dear God.
Good old Jimmy.
Yeah, Jim.
See, that's the sort of humour that works with me.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's... Does that mean something?
Well, as opposed to a lot of the crap that you see on, from more...
Yeah.
I was about to say more hip comedians, but my God, that dates me, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's just, I was just going to go all sort of like,
Yeah,
Tell me about your mother. Get all Freudian on your head.
Freudian slip, yes.
Yeah.
So what is it about dogs' bottoms that does it for you?
Yeah. Well, it always reminds me to go, oh, do you know what? Where's my pencil sharpener? No, that's cats. That's cats.
That's cats, yes.
Yeah, that's cats. Yeah. Where's my pencil sharpener?
And they vibrate as well. It's
What?
The purring.
Oh, yeah. I thought you said their arse vibrates. I'm just wondering, how would you know?
We lost somebody. See what you've done?
This is what Theakston's Dog Peculiar does to me.
Yeah, it goes into the early hours and suddenly it's bestiality. What the hell? Where did that come from? What the hell? Yeah.
Yeah, that was Bestiality's Best Boys. Or was that just a song from my childhood? I don't know.
It could be. Oh, mate.
Is it a rugby song, David, if you're wondering? In fact, I think it was made into a record.
Why not? Yeah.
How the
Bestiality's
hell
Best
am I?
Boys.
Am I playing?
Well, I guess you
Playing
got,
the 80 from here. Okay.
well, you got it in tune? Did you get it in tune?
Yeah, she's all right now.
All right.
Or am I? No, I'm not. No, that's not the 80. Oh, no, it's the Hydra. Never mind.
So I mentioned it on Facebook, but I'm getting one of those Hawken Continue minis. It's not getting a lot of love, but I'm really excited to kind of try it out.
Well, yeah, because, I mean, let's face it. I mean, you've got to really break the bank to get the other one.
Oh, no, it's like, here,
Yeah.
you can get this or you can't get this. I'm like, well,
Yeah.
okay. I think I understand what you're saying, Timmy.
Yeah, yeah.
It was the only thing available too, so. But
Yeah.
I figured it might be interesting to kind of to check it out. Plus, I kind of wanted to support them, you know.
You don't really hear much about them.
No, and that's probably not good.
Well, yeah, that's probably why. Then.
But it's, you know, then you go, you know what, this is, it, I guess it's all relative to what you, I don't have high expectations, so that might help me. You know what I mean? Like I have no real, I don't expect it to blow me away. So, but I was like, well, what do I have in my studio that's even remotely like this? You know,
Yeah.
Maybe the ribbon controller. No, I don't have anything with the ribbon controller. Plus, I want to hear the sound engine, even though the editor looks like a nightmare when I look at it. It's so ugly and just confusing. But
yeah, you would have thought at this stage in technology that user interface would actually be the foremost factor to be considered when designing a product.
and in that case, I think it's really cool, right? Because we just don't have many things you can play like that with that expressivity. Even if it, I think people probably got caught up with, oh, it's I can only play one or two notes, and you know they, you know, and it's like, well, who cares? I mean, I can't play one note. I have a lot of monosynths, so I can only play one note. I doubt they can do anything near what that thing is going to be able to do. But but I think it's still kind of a basement project, to be honest. I think the guy still teaches, and Hawkins still teaches, and you know, so there's another grand for him. Keep going for another week or two.
Oh, smells a bit. Let's try that.
But yeah, you don't hear much about him, honestly. So.
But it might be a good thing, because it might be just a case of like, you know, there isn't that many of them about, and I'm sure that if there was something really seriously wrong with it, you would have heard about it.
Yeah, I mean,
nothing travels faster than the only thing that travels faster than light is bad news.
Yeah, teenage engineering's finding that out. Jeez.
Oh man, are they?
Oh,
don't get me started.
Deservedly so.
I know.
I mean, so I know Andy, Synth Addict, is he's got an OP1. He loves it, and I know other people love the OP1. And you know, I'm not going to criticise anyone for being able to get the best out of any instrument, but for me,
I don't see it.
It looks like a really bad Casio VL tone, VL1. And it might be a studio in a box, but it's a box that I don't personally understand, and it's a very expensive box. I mean, if I'm going to drop $2,000 on a synth, am I going to buy an OP1? Personally, no. And I just think that I should have the ability to take the piss out of it, because I think it's an overpriced product. Actually, no. I think the physicality of the product is what disappoints me. If that was a 88 key keyboard that weighed 30 kilos, I'd probably love it to bits. But it's the fact that it looks like an overpriced Hewlett-Packard calculator.
I think if it was an 88 keyboard, you'd expect it to do a lot more than it actually does.
Well, no, I believe it's really, really capable. And every review I've seen of any of the teenage engineering OP series, the OP1 and the OP1 Field, everyone raves. The people who own them love them to bits.
Yeah, but I think that's
because
you can sit on your sofa and do that. I don't think it will work in a big keyboard thing, or you could do it on the train or whatever.
But as Paul Otola says, I'm not their market because I'm not in that mindset. $2,000.
I'm not into kale that much.
I wouldn't buy Apple for the same reason, because to me the user interface just sucks to shit, and that's it.
Some guy posted a picture on Twitter of the mixer, and he had two cables in, and they didn't look that thick. They looked like what you'd have on a modular.
Yeah,
and one of them only went halfway in.
Yeah. Well, I think when a product's, to me, its main strength is I can sit in the field and write a song. I have no.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Zero, right, and
kind of the point of it. I don't think
really
it will work as a big.
Yeah, and the Sasquatch's point, I don't think it's expressive. It's exactly what I don't want, to be honest, as a musician.
Yeah, but a lot of people think it is. That's the thing.
Because they feel
we are very different when we look at these things. It's sort of to me it's a computer keyboard. It's not an instrument. It's that physicality thing.
It's like, okay, well, here I'm giving you a computer in this little box. Isn't it great? I'm like, no, I don't want to make music like this.
Yeah, and that mixer. Oh my god.
It's exact extension of it, almost even worse. Because
I think it's worse.
Yeah, I think it's worse because it's a mixer. Well, it also has a synth engine and everything. I'm like,
it's a 1,200 quid mixer.
How do I play this? This is just an interface.
Well, for 1,200 quid, I'm sure I could buy a really good second-hand analog mixer from a recording studio.
Yeah, he might be clever, but what's its forte beyond? I can put it in my backpack because again, I used to lug drums around. I'm sorry, that's just almost absurd to me.
Well, the other things that people were complaining about.
I'm just, hey.
I say complaining. It was sort of like points they were making. Really, was like. The battery's non-serviceable, and don't leave it unused for any period of time because the battery probably will not recharge.
And then what do you do in the field? You just sit there. Roll around, what I mean?
Holding 2 double A's going, oh, if only.
It's like,
I'm just waiting for the video of the mixer with all those 50 and 100 quid Behringer little boxes. Someone in the field with those. And
yes.
1,500 quid mixer.
That is something.
Yeah, being humped by a stray dog. Get off, I'm trying to write music here. And be attacked by ducks. Ducks. They're up to no good, ducks. Little bastards.
Yeah. Oh, God, this field thing, park bench. It's just... Oh, here's Cleo.
Hey, Cleo.
But
all is right.
I mean, I know we are critical about all sorts of things, whether it's Behringer or teenage engineering or whatever.
Teenage engineering is worse than Behringer.
But that it's only because of our own personal perspectives. I mean, some people love Buchla. I mean, Native VS. He's fantastic playing his Buchla easel or whatever it's called, and it sounds fantastic. But again, it's one of those things that I look at and just go, nah, it's just not for me. And yet I can
still kind of
get.
I can see the point of getting a booklet over one of those if you.
Well, but not comparing the two. I'm just saying that there is room for everything. I mean, what's the piece of wood that everyone was talking about, the thing that would appeal to dendrochronologists, the plank that Ty was talking about last night,
the Soma thing.
Oh, the Soma.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, as a piece of art, I think it looks beautiful, but to me that doesn't scream "play me as an instrument." It's sort of. these things are very personal, and once you get into these price ranges, it becomes very, very personal. A bit like cars or classic cars, or would I buy a vintage Moog as opposed to a modern Moog? I know I'm critical. I know I look down on people. Anyone who owns an OP1 has to have a man bun and a beard. I take the piss. But ultimately, if someone can make good music using one of those, hats off to them.
Well,
it's just fun. Not me.
What I think what's ironic, right? Because I think it's the same crowd a little bit. And I hate to say this, but there's a producer kind of crowd, right? And the teenage engineering is a producer. It's like a wet dream or something, I guess is the only thing I can think of. But if someone who was, I'm not a great drummer, pianist or anything, but all of my strengths come from that, right?
Yeah.
The expressivity with those things. So these instruments, the Soma, which I actually think is really cool, right? And I had a Lyra 8 for a bit, but it's kind of ironic. It's kind of like, okay, here's your producer thing, but when you want to be expressive, you know what I mean? Get this thing, right? And you don't really need to have any training. Just touch it and go, ooh, and you're like, wow, I'm an expressive person now. And it's cool, you know what I mean? But
I have aftertouch and a ribbon controller and a couple of mod wheels, and I'm actually quite happy with those.
Yeah, but it's like if that's how you get your expressivity out, I'm having a hard time saying it, then go for it, right? But you're not a violinist or something, you're not going to be able to do that with this thing, but it will make you feel expressive, right?
I can tongue a reed,
If you play the Lyra 8, it is kind of like satisfying in that sense. You can touch it, but then the musical side of it, you're going, oh my God, this thing is just shitting over everything else that's happening.
But then people did.
No offense to it, but it's cool.
But people said that about the Rolly, and yet, when I'd listened to Richard Hilton, and let's face it, if you're going to listen to anyone who plays keyboards, he's probably one of them, as is Ty Unwin. Richard loves his Rolly, and yet so many people dump on it.
Well, I think that had a little bit to do about the company too, maybe.
Well, yeah, but even ignoring the company, there were a lot of people who were saying that, it doesn't feel right, it's squidgy, blah blah blah. But Rich put the time in, and loves it, and in fact, Kent, you've got one, you love it.
Yeah. So maybe you're right about the Soma. Maybe if you put the time in.
Yes, it's all personal, but I reserve the right to take the piss out of it.
Oh yeah. I mean, no, I'll take the piss out of the Rolly as well, because that's what I do. It's I am, therefore I will. Yeah. And when I'm using the Rolly, man, it can do things that you just can't do on a normal keyboard, But you do have to put the time in. Yeah. While I was putting the time in, I was calling it names that you couldn't repeat. It's sort of like when you get that note wrong again, you go, But once you
do that trying to learn to play the guitar or any instrument,
right? So in that respect, that Soma, I'll take that over the teenage engineering a million times over.
If instruments were easy, they were easy to master, we'd all be maestros.
But I will say the Lyra 8, it's the tone of those oscillators and everything. They were not real pleasing to me. What I did love about it was kind of the chaos and the dual digital delay they had. It was pretty wild instrument, but again, it really wanted to be, kind of took over a little bit in a way that was kind of like, okay, that's a little, you're not that, your timbre isn't that good, so I'm gonna, and I don't feel like running you through an Eventide just to make you sound really good, which I know I can, but Yeah. So it's fine. I just think the path of the teenage engineering stuff, that's not the future. That's kind of like just playing with tech, right? In a way, to me, right?
Yeah.
That is not, as a musician, I go, I don't get it. I get it, but I don't want it. Right? Certainly not at $2,000. Now you're getting into kind of absurd.
Yeah, 1,000 was bad enough.
Yeah, 1,000.
Yeah.
No, but again, if an instrument is a work of art, whether from engineering or from woodwork, people are talking about violins, and you think about fretless basses and all this sort of stuff. Instruments can become very personal items.
Yeah, I agree. If you put the, we
But
say
I
all
don't.
this. If somebody put the time in with the OP1 for 3 or 4 years and found some trick about it that made.
Well, the demos I've heard from people playing it, you think, wow. And then I just think, I do not have the time. I mean, some of the shit that I've bought, some of the synths that I've bought, things like the
it's the same guy that was in the chat.
the sculpt and the I can't even remember. My brain's frazzled at the moment.
It's right. Sculpt is a good one.
The XFN.
Oh.
It sounds fantastic in other people's hands. In my hands, I have to download the fucking PDF every time I want to try and play the damn thing. There isn't
my Octatrack.
It's not intuitive, and I looked at buying a Deluge because I thought, everything I saw about it, I thought, wow, fantastic! It does everything I would ever want it to do. And then I started reading the manual, and I thought, I spent enough time trying to master bloody Kurzweil Vast. My brain does not have the capability to learn how to master a Deluge or a Squat Pyramid or any of these things. And this is where I'm getting back to I'm building this MIDI controller, so I only have to program the fucker once, and I can control hopefully 16 synths with all the major aspects that I need to control without having to get back to reading the bloody manual. Because once if you have one synth, you can master it. As again, this goes back to what Ty was saying last night, and I hate to hold him up as a paragon of knowledge and skill, but he's right. You have, if you master one instrument, that's fantastic. But when you've got 17 or 20 synths, and they're getting much more complex these days, and being able to understand and remember and recall, maybe if I was 20, I could do it, but all these, well, you've got to press fucking 5 keys at the same time just to change something. That the interface really stinks, or it's designed for kids who can pick up an iPhone and work out where to put the SIM in without even being told.
Well, I've always had a problem, but I agree with you 100% on all that stuff. In that the grid pattern, when I start seeing all those colors, like on the Deluge, and they're like, see, it's all this, and then sometimes so there's more colors mixed in.
Yeah.
Immediately I'm like, oh my God, like, turn all those colors off, please. Turn them off.
Or the Matrix synth, or
I'm like, I cannot, like, whatever I'm supposed to understand about this is working completely the opposite of what you wanted. Like, this is really obnoxious to my brain. I don't think like that. I don't want to see all that stuff. I see it out here, and I see the music and spots, but I don't want to be in that little color block.
Yeah.
It drives me nuts. I got Launchpad Pro.
Am I naive in thinking that wouldn't it be great if every synth just had a big HDMI port on the back so you could plug a big monitor in and it would display everything like a VST in front of you? And I hate VSTs, you know.
To me, I like the idea that Continue Mini by Hawken because I don't care. I just want to hear it and play it, right? And I don't want anything else. I don't want anybody else to be involved. I just want to hear the sound, and then I want to have control over that sound. And I don't want to know what key I'm in, and I don't need any of that.
But it's it's that control aspect that seems to be missing on so many synths. You know, if you have to remember multiple key presses just to change something simple, then there's something wrong with the interface.
Well,
this is why the Hydrosynth is so great. That little the layout thing where you want to go to envelope, you press it. You want to put that envelope to something, you hold the envelope and you press the decimal. It's just every synth should have that layout now. It's just so good. So good.
Yeah, and I think it pushed things in a good direction, right? It did look logical to me, even though I don't own it, because I'm being petulant now. It's like I don't want to.
Everyone else has got
club, anyways. But I know I'm getting one eventually. But
Kent, you was going to say something?
Yeah, sorry, Kent.
No,
that was his dog.
Oh,
no, I was just sitting there because this is a track I wrote today, and there was something at the end. I'm going, oh, that's not quite right. I was trying to see if I could think of another chord, and I'm sitting there, I was listening to you lot, and then I'm going, oh, hang on a minute. Oh, yeah, no. And I just tried to see if I could find it. I found it and tried it out, and it was like, yeah, much better. So no, don't worry about me. I'm sitting here composing quietly in the corner and vaping. It's what I do best. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sasquatch, you don't have any modular though, right? And I'm not trying to get you into another rabbit.
No, I no, but I have a lot of I won't say Heinbach style vintage test gear, but I have a lot of signal generators.
I think you would like it.
Phase change oscillators and such like that I've used in the past, and actually you can. It's surprising how musical old test equipment can actually be, and when you hook that up with trigger sources, etc. You can play around. I mean, anything that makes a noise, whether it's a biscuit tin or a complex oscillator, you can just hand a kid a stick and something that resonates, and they can amuse themselves for hours. And I'm the same. So, I've messed around with things like 30-foot long drain pipes with a 4-inch driver glued to the end, and passing a sine wave through that, and recording at the other end, and putting that through a phase pedal. So I whilst I don't actually have, apart from a neutron and a crave, which is semi-modular. I don't have any modular gear. But in terms of making noise electronically, I've got access to a shitload of stuff. So
yeah, if you've got that stuff,
just as a side note, Chris said, you got a T8.
He has, he's just got a new one, yeah.
Oh,
we're waiting for his videos.
There's a new T8.
An all electron here.
You got to gets confusing.
So the
T8S is the new one, the last one. There hasn't been one release, I don't think.
T8 is like this little Roland. They just came out with it. It's a little tiny.
Oh, it's not a.
I like it though.
Not a proper T8.
No, and I think that one's called the T something.
I'm
not a Roland expert.
I was going to say, if he had got a T8, get rid of it now, right now, before it's too late. No, straight up. There's chips on that digital board that once they're gone, that is a doorstop. Get rid of it now. Get as much as you can for it and run.
I still kind of want a TAS.
Is that the? Oh, that's the other digital one.
Newer one. The newer
Yeah, I always thought that was kind of. It looked very usable.
Yeah.
Because they've put the FM engine in it as well. Or the synth
Everything
looks really good as well. Yeah.
Tables. FM and wave tables. Great stuff.
I'm going to have to record this track tomorrow. I'm going to stick it up on my SoundCloud. Put it as a tribute.
Well, put it on your YouTube channel as well, Kent. Not just SoundCloud.
Yeah, you could
Yeah, I suppose so.
probably get 1,000 hits like overnight.
Yeah, right, okay. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
1,000 hits in the face.
Yeah, but how many views did your CS80 tuning video get?
I know. 3 times more than there are CS80s in the world.
It pops up on my feed all the time. I'm like,
Okay. What? Why? Why is that? Yeah. And it's not exactly an exhilarating video, is it? You know, so it's a good half hour of it is going. It's like, oh, that's interesting. Listening to high pitched whine.
Maybe people just looking to see if it explodes.
Yeah, no, I probably would edit that bit out if it happened. To be honest, have a certain standard I have to keep up, you know. So yeah, no, it's chord. Oh yeah, oh yeah, it's nice. I like it.
I had to do a recording for the. I guess there's the National Drone Day, which is in another week or two. That was kind of tricky, but it was kind of fun. It was the first thing I finally got myself recording something. And you know, to give Behringer some props, they had this little interface you can put in your iPhone, and you plug it in, the little UAD 202 or something, and basically you plug that into your mixer, your outs, right into your phone, and you don't do anything. You just record like you typically would on your iPhone, and it's all going right through that interface. Your phone recognizes
Got him. Got him.
And I'm done. Where is
Hey, it's my neighbour.
I've just posted a new link for the Ramsey's Day Off stream, which is being hosted by Eddie. I posted that in the chat.
Oh wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it basically
What's
instead
that,
of
Grace Jones?
yeah. Anyway, everybody get one.
Yeah, they look brilliant. You're in stereo now, Rob.
Yeah.
And he's coming in with.
I know the Grace Jones chords.
Yeah, I recognise them. Apparently, I heard we're neighbours, Robbie.
Are we?
Probably don't know who I am.
I have no idea who you are. I'm sorry. No.
I live in
X101.
It's X101.
I know that moniker.
I live in Sudbury. Apparently, I live up in Bury.
Sudbury.
Spitting distance.
Well, it's not. It's the other side of Bury, but it's.
Yeah, still spitting distance.
I think it's
a rough old town.
Well, you could probably test it out, a catapult and a brick. And just
or a brick and a cat.
Or a cat. No, not with a cat.
Um,
David's
Yeah,
here.
how you gonna
Cleo might
sharpen your
hear.
pencils?
You don't want to offend Cleo.
No, not clear.
No, not Cleo, mate.
Sudbury. Oh,
She'd be-
She's heard worse. She's heard worse.
that record shop shut down in Sudbury, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because we get all the wankers come up to Bury St Edmunds now. There's a bunch of lads, the top blokes, and they always turn up like on record store day. They used to turn up about 4 or 5 o'clock, sometimes a little bit later because they saw the queue in Sudbury and thought they'd chance their arm in Bury instead. But now that place is shut down, they get there a lot earlier, so that's why I get there early, you see, because they're the Sudbury fuckers. No, I used to go... I used to have a friend that was ensconced at the ball stall at Great Cornard
All right.
many years ago. And I used to go to college with a bloke from Sudbury, and he was rough as arseholes. And
his arsehole was what?
It was rough.
Oh.
It was rough as arseholes. His arsehole, I have no idea what his arsehole was like. But he himself was rough as well.
We're getting Freudian again.
Sorry, no, I'm going all Suffolk.
Actually,
rough as arseholes, bold.
Rob, while you're here, would you mind if I post on Pro Synth Network the link for Ramsey's Day Off, which is now being hosted by JX3D?
Of course
not.
As
opposed to Eddie.
Is Eddie not doing it?
Well, Eddie's going to be doing it, but because JX3D, Heinrich has the StreamYard stuff, it's being done on JX3D's channel.
Fair enough.
I think Eddie's still doing it. You know how complicated this shit gets.
I know. Well, I've been talking to Eddie. I can see him in the chat. I've been talking to Eddie all week. I won't spoil surprises because he's got some fun things going on. But yeah, that's cool. That's absolutely cool.
Thank you.
Don't thank me. That's right. The boss is in hospital. You see, I can do what I fucking want. No, that's not true.
Yeah,
that's not true.
Yeah, it is.
So, I love those chords.
Is that the potty group?
No, that's. So I was saying to Ken earlier. I'm such a fucking snob.
Nah, come on.
If I ever see, like, you get Music Radar or Computer Music Magazine or whatever, CDM is another one. They post links and they're like mini articles on a subject. And if it's anything to do with things that I care passionately about, so DX7s, Fairlights, Trevor Horn, ZTT, anything like that, I will open them and I'm just waiting. I've primed myself to go, fuckers, you've got it wrong, or
well, like leaving an eye out of the CMI.
Yeah, and I'm just don't. A CMI 1, fucking hell, Christian Henson. I'm serious. I've made my mind up. If I see him on July 2nd, I'm gonna accost him in the corner and say, what the fuck? Anyway, so there's I think it was Music Radar, who sometimes do some good stuff and sometimes it's a little bit fluffy. But they did this thing about Grace Jones' Slave to the Rhythm, which, in my humble opinion, is the greatest pop song or pop song production ever in the history of pop songs. And so I thought, oh, come on, because I've meticulously studied that song over the years. And tell me something new. Tell me something truthful. And I read this article, and it was absolutely brilliant. And they had a little thing in there about the that sound and how they made it and what it was, because it was Andy Richards that played it. And I kind of know Andy, but I've never spoken to him about it. And it said what it was. It's basically a layered patch, and it's this. It's both of them are JX8P. One is patch 15, the other one is patch 16. So literally, they just went, oh, those two, that'll do. And so it's this, which is like a fifth brass kind of sound, and then they layered it with this, which was the original Roland soundtrack pad. And they took both of those, and I've only got one hand at the moment, but yeah, they layered those, and that was the. And that was the Grace Jones, and that was it. And it's that.
It's simple, but
it's so
simplicity works.
Yeah.
And again, think back to all the tracks in the 80s that we all love. They weren't necessarily complex.
No. And the thing is, because that track originally was written by Bruce Woolley, who co-wrote Video Killed the Radio Star and a bunch of other brilliant stuff with Camera Club and all that. And it was originally given to Frankie, as is famously known. And if you go on YouTube, you can find the Frankie version, which if you listen to, you go, oh my God, I can see why they gave it to Grace Jones. It's
exactly,
so awful. Yeah. And which is why every time Ian Peel, who is the kind of ZTT curator, tries to put that track on a Frankie reissue, the entire band say, oh, you fuck off. That's not going on, because it's shit. It really is shit. But when you listen to that, what they did was they took the chord progression and just like reversed it. And then they got the go-go beat, and it was just like, it just all fell into place. It's just magical. It's such a brilliant track. But yeah, so there you go. Because I'm in full ZTT mode today because I've got the new Ex-Propaganda album, which is really, really good. I was so worried that it would be rubbish, and it's not. So I'm very happy about it.
Well, that's another one to get into the workshop.
Definitely. It really, seriously, it's... I thought, oh no, it's, because I love Claudia Brooken. I still would. I know that's politically incorrect, but...
Slightly.
Yeah, but and even Suzanne, just they're gorgeous. I've seen Claudia play live a number of times in recent years, and she's complete value for money, and she does really good versions of the propaganda stuff plus her own solo stuff. And I thought, oh, what's this going to be like? Because they've been doing it for like 2 or 3 years on and off, and eventually kind of got the release. And I heard the couple of singles that they put out, and I thought, oh, that's not bad. And I put the album on because this is how sad I am. I didn't get the Blu-ray and the CD, but I got the red vinyl.
The red vinyl,
of course. And there's another CD coming tomorrow, which has got extra tracks and stuff on. But no, it's very, very good.
It works.
It's very, very good. And then maybe if I get the chance tomorrow, I'm going to listen to it in 5.1 or Dolby Atmos. I'm not much of a fan. I've only bought 4 fecking versions of that album, but I shall temper it with cheese.
Lots of cheese. Oh, that's Gorgonzola neck of the woods.
Dick Spatsley.
Yay.
But, I unashamedly love this album. I don't care what anybody says. I thought this album was perfect. It was just bob on. Can you tell I've had a bottle of wine?
No.
Only one?
Just the one.
You're slacking.
Just the one, Mrs. Wembley.
All right, I'll tell you what, let's put this to a vote.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can't make up my bleeding mind. This track that I wrote today, do I record it as a live performance?
Yes.
Or hear the options first. What is this, Brexit?
No. Do it live because it will always sound better.
You say that. It's just
do what Peter Gabriel does. Do it live and then minor overdubs.
Yeah. Okay. That's.
What was the other option?
I think that was the other option. Yeah. I was going to do I do sort of like a big.
No. As we've been talking about, simplicity is the key. If you do it live, it then has all the emotion in it. You're not fucking around. You're not tweaking it. You're not old. If you perform it, if you can perform it with the passion that you feel, then that will come out in what comes out. And it doesn't matter if there is a bum note here or there.
Yeah.
Because it's about the performance.
Slather it in reverb, nobody will notice the bum notes.
Oh,
a bit of shimmer here and there, and
mate,
the shimverb.
Of course it's got reverb on it. Hello, it's me.
Yeah. No, I agree.
If a tale is less than 10 seconds, it's too short.
I played a track to Richard Hilton once, and bless him. He doesn't beat around the bush. He will tell me exactly what I think, which is why I was playing it to him in the first place. And it started playing, and he was there on the other side of the Skype, and he's going, like this. I go, what's the matter? He goes, I'm drowning in the reverb. Yeah. Went, yeah, sorry about that.
I got a lovely reverb yesterday.
Tell me more. Oh. What is it? How much? Where do you get it from? No, never mind the how much. Where do you get it from?
Arturia.
Yeah.
It's called EFX Fragments. And it's lovely.
So what is it? Harmonised reverb?
Granular granular.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Well, I say it's reverb. It's got delays, filters, modulation, pitch shifting,
Pitch delaying. Yeah, okay, I get it. But it really works.
Yeah, it's granular. So I love anything that's granular.
Coffee.
Still going? No, I don't like. No, I like mine.
I like my coffee granular.
I like proper coffee, me.
Oh, do you? How posh.
That's so nice.
There is something about that
really
sound,
works.
isn't there? That's, yeah.
That really works, man. Oh, stop it. I'm getting
How many
moist in the
fingers are
guts
you
here.
using?
Just my left hand, my right hand's here.
Yeah, you're showing off.
Yeah, but
If there's more than one, it's impressive.
Yeah.
Nobody's more
Can
impressed.
you play and burn your candle? Yeah.
Burnish your candle.
Burnish,
Not burn.
yes.
Burnish.
Yeah, burnish. Oh, oh.
I wonder what it sounds like, actually.
How are you getting it so lovely and lush and wide?
I'm not doing anything. It's all.
No, yesterday you were Mr. Mono.
Oh, that's because when I joined the call, for some
It's
reason,
not streaming.
It's. I think so. Trust me on this. This story does go where you want it to go.
Okay.
I've got a problem with my oven. Okay, no, trust me. I had a new oven fitted in August last year, and about 10 days ago, it started tripping the entire house electrics. The RCD would go.
Earth fault.
Okay.
So it would get up to temperature, which invariably is 180, and boom, entire house goes out. Go to the fuse box, reset the RCD, oven comes back on, cook my dinner, everything's grand.
Okay.
However, because it's knocked certain things out on the electric, some things come back on straight away, some things don't. For example, my USB hub, I've got a 10-port USB hub here, which is a mains powered one, doesn't for some reason turn back on automatically. You have to just tap this little button and it turns on.
Okay.
So when I joined the stream, see where I'm going? When I joined the stream, I'd forgotten to do that, and my camera is plugged into that. So I had to reset that, and StreamYard says, "Oh, new camera. Oh, well, we'll change your sound settings as well." And so I came into the stream mono.
Yeah, because it defaults mono, doesn't it?
Yeah. So that's why. That's that. So it's all my cooker's fault.
Okay.
I was wondering where that was going to go when
Yeah.
you
You know
start with your cooker. I was like, what?
You need to fit something
I
like
need
a
to do-
Class X capacitor across the line feed
I need to do
into your
nothing.
cooker.
I need to
Because
do nothing. I am a tenant. I'm a private tenant. I pay significant amounts of money to my
Is
fucking
it
landlord.
your cooker though?
No, it's their cooker. This is the great thing.
Well, raise a bloody fault then.
The kit. No, I have. Trust me, I have.
I've just looked up on
It's a spike on the name.
on the the online dictionary on Google, and I've just typed in incongruous story, and there's a picture of you, Robbie. Like this.
My cooker fucks my audio. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what happened was, look, I think it was last Wednesday. Last Wednesday,
Yeah.
it happened. So I went downstairs because normally I'm up here working. The missus will phone up or send a message saying, "Can you turn the cooker on?" Such and such.
Yeah.
And so I go downstairs and I start, turn the cooker on to preheat it. So then by the time she walks in the door, she can put dinner in the oven or whatever she's doing. So I did that, and it was chucking it down with rain. And the power goes. Now, living in the country, when it chucks down with rain really hard,
I know this.
that happens. Yeah, exactly. That happens.
Thunderstorm power.
Yeah. So I thought, oh, here we go. That's it. Boom, gone. So I went downstairs and I looked in the fuse box because I could see the lights on across the road. And I thought, no, it's definitely ours. So, there we go.
Yeah.
And then, of course, on the Thursday, when it happened again at the same time, it was just around 20 to 6 because, she gets me to put the oven on at 5:30 and it takes about so many minutes to get to the temperature. So I thought, oh, hang on a minute. 2 and 2. It's me cooker. So I called the letting agent because I have to go through them. And he took a couple of days to get back to me and then said, can you call the engineer Yeah, all right, I'll call the fucking engineer. So I call the engineer. The engineer comes out and he says, didn't I fit this? I said, yes, mate, you did. He said, when did I fit it? I said, August. He said, oh, it's under the 1-year warranty. I said, yeah, that's right. That's why you're doing it for free. He said, no, I'm not. Hotpoint have to do it. Oh right. How long is it going to take Hotpoint? Oh, I don't know. Could be up to 3 weeks.
For fuck's sake.
So, yeah, I called Hotpoint and I had this wonderful conversation with this woman at Hotpoint. Lovely, lovely chatty lady from Peterborough.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, oh, yeah. She says, hang on a minute, love. Can you just repeat your details? I said, I was a midwife for 30-odd years. I can pop out a mean baby, but I can't touch type for my life.
Bless her.
It was brilliant. It was a really I'm expecting to have a little argument, and she's like, "Oh, she's absolutely charming." She probably wasn't a midwife for 30 years. That's her line. But anyway, so she said, "Oh, the soonest I can get somebody out to you is next Tuesday." Oh, great! So like every time we use the oven, which is every day, we have to go right. Everyone, power's going to go off in about 5 minutes. So turn everything off. So I literally power the whole studio down. I power all my NAS drives down, turn all the things off, and then turn the oven on, go bing, and here we go, right, and sells it all out. And that's what happened. So
yeah, but I must admit, it's still slightly better than, right, we're going to use the washing machine. You stand there with the fire extinguisher and watch that plug socket.
Indeed.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. Oh, yes, you had your kitchen rewired, didn't you, Kent?
Oh, it hasn't been done yet.
Oh.
No, it's drop curb first, then rewiring the kitchen.
Oh, right, okay.
And then resculpting the kitchen, and then redecorate. Oh, she's decided to replaster the kitchen.
Oh, God.
No, she's decided that someone will replaster the kitchen.
Oh, yeah, I'm not doing it. No, I can do body filling, but I can't do plastering.
It's a skill. It's an art form.
Yeah. No, we'd like it flat and smooth if possible, so I'm not doing it.
Yeah, always get a man in.
There you go. Gas pipe. Now, fuck it. Over the top of that. I'll do it. I'll tell you what then. Do you want a preview debut of this track?
Go for it.
Sounds
good. No, I'm going to do a coffee first.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, come on. It's my whiskey.
This is true.
Talk about something. So, tell one of your stories, Rob.
What, another one? I haven't got that many household appliances.
I'll be back by the time you're halfway through. Come on.
Oh, dear.
Talk about your DX7, but you have to start with that. I was changing the wheel on my car.
Yes. I'm getting there. Trust me, I'm getting there.
Yeah. It's a little long-winded, but we will get there. Right, hang on a minute. I'll go and do this coffee.
All right. I was about to call something up on Logic, and I can't remember what it was now. No. Do you ever look through your plugins when you're going through? Obviously not you, Sass, because you don't like plugins, but and you think, when did I download that? When did I buy this? Why have I never used that? It's bonkers.
I'm a bit like Sass. I only record in the box. I don't do anything else in the box.
No.
No.
It's. I don't. Whatever works for me. You know, if it's hard work, I'm lazy because if I want a Fairlight sound, do I power up a Fairlight? Do I fuck? I'll just call up CMIV.
I don't get me wrong. I'm not against plugins, and I do have the Spitfire, BBC SO, and all the lab stuff, and I do play around with them, but I don't actually record anything with them.
All right.
If you understand, so it's sort of I'll pull up a violin patch or something, and I will play around with that, and that will keep me amused for X number of hours. But it's not something that I would incorporate necessarily into anything I record, because I've got all my Kurzweil shit, so it's sort of that does everything I need. But I can sequence stuff in the Kurzweil, I can record, I can sample, I can do whatever I need.
Yeah.
I mean, I like I said, I use an MPC and hardware, but everything goes into an interface, into their own tracks, into the DAW finally once I'm done making it, sort of thing. So.
Yeah.
But
that's it.
I try not to download too many plugins because I went through that phase where I was just all in the box and thousands of plugins, and you just trying to pick out which reverb to use on each track.
A DAW is just a recorder. Yes.
Yeah. Now I use one reverb, one delay, and that's it, and a couple distortion plugins, and that's it.
Yeah. Whereas I use hardware. Delays and reverbs, and shimmers and phasers, and
But I got rid of my mixing desk, so I've kind of been using my computer as a mixing desk recently.
Yeah. No, I couldn't live without my little Behringer mixing desk with the USB,
It sounds like you've got the same one I've got, but I did.
It's a 1204 or something. So.
I don't know. I've got to have everything on separate tracks all the way through. I've got what's it?
Well, I've got an 1804 and a 1202. I think it is. So.
But the problem with mine is, a couple of stereo tracks have started to go on it, so they're more loud in one side than the other. So fuck it. I've got this interface with 20 odd inputs.
Yeah.
So I put that away and been using that recently. Tell you one thing I've been impressed with. I switched over to Bitwig, and I always had this problem.
Never tried that.
I haven't actually used it because, like I said, I only record. I haven't used all the plugins and stuff, but I used to use Ableton, and the problem with Ableton is when you're syncing MIDI, especially sequencers, of course. It takes like a bar and a half, 2 bars.
Yes.
For the MIDI sync to sort of catch up, and all these people buy those really expensive ERM sync boxes. I got a Bitwig. I had to adjust the MIDI delay time, but once that was set, spot on from the first beat. I was so impressed after years of Ableton, where you've got to run everything for a couple bars before the track actually quote unquote starts,
catches up
to make sure it was in sync. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be bad if it was out of sync the same amount over time, but it starts off sync and slowly goes into sync with Ableton. It's really
I hate to say this, but I think this is where Apple has the upper hand, because
you can hear the pain in his voice.
I'm literally sweating blood at this moment. That the hardware and software are so tightly integrated that if you're using something like Logic, it does just work. And I do take my hat off to them. Logic, I think, is a fantastic product, and the way that it integrates with the hardware is superb.
Yeah,
and Apple users don't tend to have these sort of issues that Windows users have. But Ableton, I've had Ableton for years, and I still struggle with it. Again, it's an interface thing. I mean, it's odd for someone with a technical brain that they struggle. And I tested software for God knows how long, and did all sorts of nefarious stuff as well. But it's Ableton to me is just it's a mishmash. It's a horrible, shitty interface. Because Logic, even though I hate Apple products and I hate the Apple interface, the Logic interface does actually make sense. And I'm going to go and shoot myself now.
It looks more traditional, right? I mean, I was looking at it. To me, I just looked at it and said, "Okay, this is a DAW. Okay, I can wrap my head around this pretty quickly." But you're right, though. Ableton's not. You look at that and do
I so wanted to love Ableton, but I remember testing a demo of it. I think it was Ableton 2 or 3.
It hasn't improved.
No, well, I've tried various, because I've bought things that come with like live light or whatever it is.
Oh yeah,
so I've tried
every other thing.
Yeah, well, I've tried more modern implementations of it, and it just doesn't fit my MO. It really doesn't fit the way my brain works.
I don't think I don't think Ableton is for musicians. I think it's for people who can assemble tracks.
I mean, you still got you can switch to the normal view, but I think the problem with it's kind of started off as it was more for like DJs and stuff like that originally, and then they
it was for live,
Well,
right,
that's what I was saying about the grids. Some of the grid stuff, I just can't. It's just not happening. You know, I get it.
I'm hugely impressed when I see people using live and using the clip view and just boom, 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 boom. I'm like, wow, that's really cool. I wish I could do that, but as soon as I get it in front of me, I'm like, no, sorry, I can't.
Yeah,
no.
This is why I like Bitwig. It kind of has like a little clip view, but it's on the side of the normal arrangement window. So what you can do is you can do a take, and you can just take that, put it into a slot, do another take, and you can easily drag from the clip launch part into the actual arrangement window, so you can do different takes and sort of mix and match them together. It's so much easier. Whilst Ableton, it's two different windows.
Yeah, there's the clip and the Kosh has just put in the chat. He said, "Oh, come on, Fair Music. Ableton is the closest thing to Reason's modularity with the horizontal rack at the bottom." I have no problem with the way it kind of does instruments at the bottom there and stuff. It's the clip and the sequencing views that Reason sequencer isn't the best sequencer in the world, and I'm moving. I've been moving to Logic for the last couple of years or so now, and Reason barely gets a look in, but at least Reason's sequencer was a linear sequencer, like the good old fashioned days of Atari ST Cubase and whatever.
That's where I started as well.
Exactly, yeah. That's I think once you get that was where I kind of landed and was like, oh, okay, this is how a sequencer works, and then just progressed and carried on, and now Logic is where I do everything. So
that's why I stayed with Cubase.
Well,
moving.
I tried to, but they just fucked me off with their constant paid upgrades, and it was just So again, the other great thing about Logic, and I'm sure Sass will happily admit this, is that you pay 200 quid for it,
and that's it.
And that's it.
And it works.
And it does just work. So.
I'll joke. That's what I really hate about Apple and the music business, is that Logic just fucking works, and it you never hear anyone complaining about it because it does what it says it does.
And the apps are the same way. You just got to get an iPad if you're going to do use the apps. The other alternatives are just not. It ain't happening.
Yeah, you see, even on the iPad, I use Cubases.
Yeah, I do too. I actually really like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's something about Cubase that lends to touchscreen.
Yeah.
That really works well.
I think just the layout of Cubase and Cubases it's really just one of the best, easiest on the eyes too. I look at it and go, okay, this is really. Logic doesn't look as nice, but it's still pretty much the same idea.
You see, my ideal would be something that looks like a multi-track tape recorder.
Oh,
and then
that's the OP1. You get that little...
but having 16, 32 tracks lined up, I can assign a MIDI channel to each or an audio source to it, and just really simple shit that I not being a music producer, and I don't just mean a music producer in inverted commas. Sorry, you can't see what I'm gesticulating. But not being someone who puts out commercial music, just wanting to be able to simply record stuff for myself, and it's a mix of stuff that's coming from MIDI sources, stuff that's coming from audio sources, in a very simple linear fashion, and just being able to cut, paste, bounce, insert, sends, but very, very simple.
That's what I do.
And yet, when you look at something like Ableton, and you look at the menus. I mean, the average user, which I used to be, struggles to set up multiple MIDI devices, etc. It's sort of, the complexity is now beyond that of the simple basic user, and I still consider myself to be basic. I mean, give me a 32-track tape recorder and mixing desk, I'm happy as shit. But with a modern DAW, it's sort of it's that paralysis, that option paralysis, that not knowing where to start from.
But,
whereas Logic does actually offer that simplicity.
You should get but if you got something like Kent said, Cubasis, which is a real stripped down.
Yeah, I used that fucking years ago.
Cubasis or Cubase?
Yeah, Cubase.
Or Cubasis.
Yeah, I think it was Cubasis actually. It was.
It's come a long
downloaded
way.
a hacked
Oh,
version.
it's so good, so easy, so easy.
Yeah, but I do think that
it's Apple. Sorry.
Yes, I know. But for something, simplicity is the key, and then it's almost like it would be great if there was a DAW that had sort of a multiple layer interface where you could start off simple and then sort of add on the bits that you needed, or expose the bits that you then found that you needed. Because I obviously I just have a brain that works in a very different fashion to many modern developers these days. I'm getting old. That's what I'm saying. I'm in my 50s. I'm in my 50s. I'm basically I'm at death's door almost. To millennials, I'm an old fart.
Oh yeah, we get it.
Sorry,
That is a lovely reverb.
It sounded really good, that, Rob. Yeah.
So seriously, this thing that's still playing a note that I stopped playing about 2 minutes ago, and it's just that I'm not even doing anything.
Fuck it, what's Arturia's webpage?
No.
Look, I've got no hands on keys, no foot on pedals, and just listen.
I've got a pedal that can do that.
There you go. It's going. There you go. It's catching up. Oh man. So it's basically it's like catching up on itself, and it's like the audio is going like that, and then this kind of playhead that's kind of catching up, and then just doing
kind
stuff.
Of what was that reactor plug? It's grain state or something like that.
Yeah, it's granular. I love it.
What's it called again?
It's called
Fragments.
Fragments, yeah. EFX Fragments.
There you go.
Hang on a minute. But don't click buy just yet. I just want to check something.
Okay.
No.
Hold on, he's got another reverb to play for you.
No. Well, probably.
Check this out.
No, I was just speaking with my friend Arturia yesterday, and he mentioned something. Okay, no, you're okay. I just thought there might have been an offer or something, but there isn't. So it's okay.
No, there never is when I'm buying something.
But it is just incredible.
Okay, add, cool.
And I'm just going through presets. I haven't even begun to dig into this thing.
Do you know, I think my debit card actually has stress marks on it. Required field. Oh, God.
Oh. I love that ping pong. Sorry.
I know, almost everything I do, I feel like I want to just ping pong it around. It sounds so cool. That did sound cool. Maybe you should buy Ken.
So few
Oh,
tracks
yeah, I'm
these
getting it
days
now.
seem to use that sort of stereo effect. I mean, think back to "Now I'm Here" by Queen. They've really mastered that. But
Logged in so long. I don't even know my.
Wow. That's really
you see, all you need now is a vinyl click on that.
Yeah. Oh, I've got one of those somewhere.
Right.
Have I got the? Hang on, I've got the. Where is it? I think it's an isotope thing.
I'd love it that there are plugins to put a vinyl effect, and you think just put a fucking record on instead. It's
Right, there you go. This is 1970s vinyl. It's very subtle. And let's put some gain on it.
yeah. Someone should have cleaned that record though. It's haven't they heard of an anti-static gun or carbon filaments?
Yeah, that's vibe, man. That's it.
I'm just listening out for Fiona shouting up the stairs.
That's 1930s vinyl.
That's
Yeah,
nothing like playing a 78 on a horn gramophone.
I thought that was shellac.
There you go. There's a bit of mechanical noise. Bit of electrical noise.
Yeah, sounds like my record player when I was a kid.
Yeah,
And then
at this point you're engaging Kent to service your gear.
and
Although I do like the Arturia, the tape one. That's pretty nice.
yeah.
Yeah, add a bit of wow and flutter.
Yeah.
Yeah, misaligned heads. Get the azimuth wrong. Yeah, all the stuff we hated.
Now we love it.
Now some people love it.
And what we like is the feel of the tape being recorded, right?
Yeah.
The feel that it gave to the recording.
Or also if you put an LP, a vinyl LP on, and just the sound of the stylus going through the run-in groove before the music kicks in. There's something about that to people of my age, which I think is particularly evocative, that you just don't get when you put a CD or play an MP3. It's a mixture of the physicality and just the noise of that run-in groove. Just that little rumble, that subharmonics.
That, Mr. Anderson, is the sound of anticipation.
Yes.
That's what it is. It is. I love the interaction. The fact that,
you've got to
get
turn the record over.
Yeah, and then you've got this, you've got sleeve notes to look through, and then pictures of lovely ladies on benches.
And cover art.
Yeah.
There's something.
I just had memories of record shopping in London and going home on the train and just looking at your big album covers.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the fact that you might actually be sat next to someone and they go, "Oh, have you just bought? Oh, can I have a look?" Sort of. Yes. Human interaction. Weird thing.
What's that, eh? What's that?
Even guys in record shops recommending stuff to you because they know what you like, sort of thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't get that anymore.
Well, my local record shop in Bury, I know the owner really well, and he will recommend stuff to me because he knows what I like, and most of it is, he's got me nailed, but the guy he had before was a guy called Ross, who used to work in HMV, and has been in. He's really, really into his music, and he just completely got me. And I'd walk in there, and he'd say, Rob, here you go.
Yep.
That's what you want to buy today. And the first few times I was like, and then after I took those records home and thought, oh my God, they're amazing. Everything he put in my hand, I was a sucker. It was just like, yeah, there you go. That's what you want to listen to this week. And it's that is great. And then I spend 2 or 3 hours in that shop when I'm there just talking.
Yeah,
just talking music and records. And have you heard this? And yeah. So
keep forgetting it says a downloader software.
What?
I keep forgetting it says the downloader to get the software.
Yeah,
I was sitting here waiting for an email coming in with a bloody connect. It's like, twat.
It's like high fidelity. That's for me. That's heaven. That film. That's where I'd like to work. Championship vinyl. Yeah. I used to go to HMV in Norwich back in the 80s. Used to be on a mezzanine level of Topshop. So whilst you were flicking through the bins, looking through albums or 12-inch singles, you'd be looking over down into Topshop where all the girls were, shopping for them. And it was just like the perfect thing. You just looking for records and looking at girls, and you'd whip out something, not that. You'd whip out like a 12-inch, definitely not that. But in the bid that you might catch someone's eye, like, and they come, you like them,
Yeah, I had a similar experience because I used to shop down Soho because there used to be quite a lot of record shops there.
Still is.
And half the time you almost get dragged into a peep show by some girl. So yeah, pretty similar.
Yeah. No, I used to do record store day down in Soho, and then when Vinyl Hunter opened up in Bury, it was just like, well, do I travel all the way down to London, stupid prices, or do I nip down the road to Bury? Yeah, I used to do Sister Ray.
I used to go to Sister Ray as well. It's definitely one of my favourite shops.
And then once I'd finished there, I'd go to Phonica.
And there was
Sounds of the Universe.
There was a couple shop. What was the name of that shop across the road? The second-hand record shop.
Music something exchange, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's not there anymore. Gone.
Well, Sister Ray's been almost closed. God knows how many times.
No, but he's moved across. He moved across the road. Yeah. Oh right. Literally, right opposite where they used to be. So if you look at the cover of What's a Story, by Oasis, he's now Sister Ray's on there, and he's moved to the other side. He moved about 5-8 years ago, something like that. But Sounds of the Universe is still there, and Phonica's still there. But I haven't been down for a few years. I need to go.
I can remember going into, or rather being taken into a record shop with my brothers and hearing Passengers by Lou Reed back in the late 70s, I think it was, and just being absolutely blown away. And it was that sort of, you'd walk in to a record shop and you'd hear something playing and you'd go, ooh, what's this? It's something new. It wasn't, I've heard this on the radio. It was, wow, what's this new music? What can I, and you just get hooked.
Yes. Yeah.
So what? Hey Kent, what's the offer? I just opened my Arteria. What are they offering you? The V collection. Is that what you're looking at?
The V collection. Yeah, I got that.
Oh, you already have it.
Yeah, I did that over I did it 3 payments, 4 payments or something.
Yeah. I just pulled it up. I guess I can get it for $3.99, so I get an extra 100. That's starting to almost sound like it's worth it. But
$3.99.
Yeah, I don't own it. Yeah, I have like an older. I don't think. I
see. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, because mine was like ticket.
Yeah, I don't have. I haven't had. I have like separate instruments, but I've never had the whole collection. Now they're going to make me pay.
But I mean, like I say, there's about 30 odd instruments in it.
Oh, I know. At this point,
and they're all really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and normally I wasn't, wasn't an Arturia fan, to be honest.
I like the BS, the BBS a little bit.
They've split it now, so it's now Prophet 5 is its own instrument, and Prophet VS is its own.
Well, I like when you could layer them or something, right?
Actually, I have to correct myself. I'm growing correctly pointed out it was Iggy Pop.
Yeah, I was thinking
yes. It's sort of. I really should kick myself, but I have been drinking Theakson's Old Peculiar all night, so I'm.
Lou Reed.
I forgive myself.
I was sitting here thinking, did Lou Reed?
Lou Reed. Yeah. Sorry,
same person.
It was Iggy Pop. Yes.
Yeah.
Brain dead, brain fart. The Lust for Life album. It came out in 1977 or 78, I think. But
great
whatever.
album.
Yes, very good album.
Saw him play live.
Really?
Wow.
It's really funny, those dogs on that hard flooring. Nothing happening.
Iggy Pop always looked like he was dead.
He's like
just he was just one of those guys that a bit like was it Bill Wyman? No, not Bill Wyman. Ronnie Wood.
Yeah.
Always looked like a walking corpse.
Yeah, still does. And yet Keith Richards looks as alive as anything.
And he should have been dead 40 years ago.
He's pickled. He's preserved.
He is preserved, yeah. They're going to bury him in a jar.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people. Steve Powell's just put in the chat about free upgrade, the Arturia free upgrade. It's a free upgrade for instruments that you already own, rather than the new stuff. You don't get the new stuff in those free upgrades. So somebody emailed me earlier. They said, "Oh, I've just been offered the free upgrade in Arturia." I'm like, "Really?" They said, "Yeah." I said, "Just go into the Arturia Service Centre or Software Centre, whatever it's called, and just tell me which instruments have got the upgrade, or And they said, "Oh no, yeah, the Korg's not there, and the SQ80 is not there, and augmented voice that's not there." So no, you're just upgrading the bits that you've got, and it won't upgrade CS80V and the other three things that they rebuilt. The two Prophets.
Isn't that a bit shitty?
Yeah, well, they're not. Jupiter 8's not either. Great.
Jupiter 8 should upgrade for free. If
it says upgrade available, let's see what that
means.
This is the issue.
Yeah, they're trying to.
Sorry, this is the issue I have with software and things like Rolling Cloud. Rolling Cloud, perhaps less so in this respect, but if a company is going to upgrade the product that you've already paid for, it's a bit of a kick in the teeth to charge you substantial amounts of money.
So
just because they're making it's almost like, okay, you bought a product, but we're actually going to deliver what we should have delivered in the first place, but we're going to make you pay even more for it.
Well, it's always pretty cheap.
Technically, that's not the case with Arturia, because like if you bought V Collection 8, say for example, the last one, and now they've got V Collection 9, what they're actually saying to people like Steve is all of the instruments that were in V Collection 8 that are now in V Collection 9 that aren't new, so new into V Collection 9, or so that's the augmented instruments. There's two of those. There's the 4 rebuilds and there's MS20V. Everything else has been updated and upgraded, and that's what you get for free. So everything that you've already bought and paid for, if it's not the new stuff, you can have the upgrades for that for free. But if you want the new bits,
then you have to pay.
But your fee is reduced depending on what you've previously bought. So you won't have to pay the full $5.99, I think it is for the collection.
Yes.
You'll get $3.99 or $2.99. Ben, I think he told me before he went into hospital was like his upgrade was $149 based on all the other bits he got. So and that, if you think that one of those instruments, like the MS-20V, I think when it's not on offer is going to be like $199.
Oh, I know. I gotta do this.
So because I hadn't bought any of their instruments at all. I go to the website and it went
full price.
No.
Yeah, they didn't want to give me much, but I think they just said, "Well, you got some stuff. You bought a few things. We'll give you $100 off." But at some point, I just got to get the whole collection to probably.
Yeah, I whereas I just struggle to get my head around paying.
But it's 30 instruments, Sasquatch. It's like
it's over 30.
I mean, there's like a ton.
Yeah, but it's $600 that I could lose if my hard disk and my backup drive fail.
No, because
no.
You still have it.
They're all download them again.
Yeah, I know, but it's that. I mean,
it's mental.
I've downloaded all sorts of shit in the past, and trying to remember all the accounts, and I mean, I've got too many email accounts.
No, well, I'll be honest. I'll be honest. I just went Arturia, reset my password while we were talking, and I was like, everything I've ever registered is right there.
Yeah, it's all there.
It really wasn't that bad because I haven't bought that many. But yeah, they gave me a little reward, but they wanted me to still pay for the other upgrades. But at this
I still dislike.
It's okay.
I still dislike physical. I like physical synths.
But
that's
it.
You know.
I got them all over. I know. Like
but I
don't have an MS.
I'm actually surprised that Arturia are still holding out with the perpetual license model rather than going to subscription.
They will. They will give in. They will go to the dark side.
You think they might, but
if you look at the value here, it's better than Cherry Audio, right? It's better.
Yeah, buying that
per instrument.
That many, per instrument.
I mean, you still have to pay a lot, but I'm not shading on. Well, I think the products are better too.
I mean, if you only want a couple of tints, then Cherry's fine.
Right,
but it basically works out about £18 to £20 or whatever.
It's about 18.
An instrument.
Yeah, and CS80V for 18 quid.
Yeah,
all day
it's
long.
Pretty good.
It's just that you're buying quite a few instruments at the same time.
But once
but they're all good.
Yeah, but once you're in and you've paid that money and you've got the collection, next time it's not so bad. Next time, and you don't have to upgrade.
It's my fault. It's my fault.
Yeah, I still just don't get the software instrument. Again, it's something wired in my brain that if I want to play something, I want to touch it like that cat.
She agrees with you, apparently.
Well, then,
of course she does. She's a cat.
If you buy V Collection and you get an Arturia controller like the Keylab, then every time you load up an Arturia plugin, the Keylab automatically maps to that plugin.
Yeah, I think this is.
And then you have the controls. You see, and then you have all the controls, and you get the feedback through the display on the keyboard as well. So you'll see, things appear on the display on the keyboard that you would get on the screen as well. So it's. I have to admit that was what sold me on it. However many years ago, it was probably about 12 years ago, I think it was, when I got the Keylab 61 and got V Collection. It was like, right, yeah. It's like,
yeah. No, I again, it's that sort of Apple approach where the hardware and the software work in harmony.
Yeah, and it's designed that way. Yeah.
But it's when you have other shit that isn't Arturia, and then you try and map it and all this sort of,
Well,
you've got to load the VST into the door and then map the individual controllers, and
I mean, it paid for me to wait. Of course, I didn't get the reward, but they've added instruments for like 5 or 6 more years, and I'm paying about the same price they've always charged. It's not like they're not going up. They really can't, I guess. So they're they just keep adding to the collection. It's pretty. Ridiculous.
That's the thing. I mean, they couldn't get away with just keeping up, charging every 18 months or whatever it is between updates to the collection without giving you some added value. And, this time you've got, 3 or 4 new instruments depending on what you bought before, because I think if you upgraded to V Collection 8, you got SQ80V, but other people had to buy it separately. But now it's part of the package. MS20V is part of the package. And then the augmented voices. Then you've got the 4 rebuilt instruments as well.
I think some pianos in there too, don't they?
Yeah, the Piano V was an upgrade, a rebuild this time round, along with the
surprisingly good.
It is. That was the one low point for V Collection for me was always piano, because it just, I don't know whether it was my own unconscious bias to modelled pianos, or whether it generally did sound a little bit artificial. There was something about some of the models on there that were just... This time, though...
But what I struggle to sort of get my head around is, Rob, if you turn around, you've got some really fantastic synths behind you.
Yeah.
And sort of, how often are you playing those? As opposed to the... Yeah, but, whereas I tend to try and... exploit the kit that I have.
I'm a gear whore,
No,
I'm a one it all and all.
Yeah,
I get that. It's just
Do we
I
need
can't
it?
do the
Is that
same.
what you're asking?
I can't do the same with software synths. I can't get my head around that.
If I recall, when I was using some of them too, they were really user friendly. Also, just on the saving the presets, the way they were set up, I was really easy to go in and be like, okay, here's this. I had my collection of saved ones I liked the best, and it was just really for when you wanted to get something done or just kind of get rolling. It was really good, and the controllers, which aren't too bad actually.
You're forgetting one thing. Robbie likes DXs, so
it's
probably easier to use software.
So do I. I've got a DX7-1 and a DX7-2 FD. So it's sort of, I like the DX sound as well.
Yeah, but programming it compared to a VST.
But that's half the fun.
Yeah,
with a DX, unless you're Manny, Dr. Synth, it's sort of most of us just we do something, and if it sounds good, that's really great.
Yeah, save.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, wow, this sounds good. Yeah. And then analyse it with some software that you've got.
No. You see, the thing is, programming in it is not half the fun. It halves the fun.
No. No, exploring any synthesizer is always entertaining.
I'm here all week trying to fish. Yeah.
I mean, they don't call Manny Dr. Synth for nothing,
What, you have to pay?
We're working.
No, he has rubber gloves.
We're working on a PSN special at the moment with Manny.
Yeah.
Cool. I still want a TG77 for some reason.
And this will have no FM in it whatsoever.
Whoa.
Which is a
really?
bit like... He
does modular as well, doesn't he?
It's not modular. It's not Hydrosynth.
It's going to be like interviewing Neil Armstrong and not bringing up the moon once.
Yes. Yeah. So Neil, how was the drive into work today?
Yeah. So what's your favourite type of onion? Excellent.
So Manny Fernandez, you're a professor. So what do you teach?
Yeah.
Dentistry.
Yes.
You've been cited in all these papers.
Excellent.
That's why he's a doctor. He's a dentist.
Excellent.
No, you don't know.
I shit you not.
Yes, I know. We've seen him.
Yeah. We're hopefully. Where are we now? May 21st. We're looking at hopefully middle of June. If not, it'll be July. But we are working on not just having him, but a couple of other people that were, excuse the pun, instrumental in this, either in the creation of this instrument or the use of the instrument.
Yeah, I think I know what it is.
Yeah. So,
that knocked out. Oh no! Don't record that.
what do you do?
My vape has clicked on my mouse and it's bloody started recording. Stop.
Now leave the cat alone.
I just need a bigger desk or less gear. It's one or the other. No, I was going to check if old Mr. Arnold had checked in.
Oh yes.
Because every time you say, because you said on the show about didn't know if we had a guest next week.
Yeah.
So we'll see if he's checked in, shall we?
No.
Scroll down a little more, shall we? No, scroll down
We're
a
obviously
little
not
more.
talking about Marshall, are we?
No.
Let's call him up on the show. No, I was kidding.
Yeah.
You're live.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Boy.
Nick, now you're on.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No.
Well,
Shall we check on our little German composer? So
Jesus.
Yeah, it's going to get to the stage where Kent is going to be holding hostage synthesizers for people until
already
they
am
appear
holding
on
one
the
hostage.
Essential.
Yeah.
I already
I know
am.
for Dan.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah, for old Daniel. Oh no, he's feeling better. He's over his COVID.
Good. And he's going to be over here in a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
So,
but I think he's got a place in Surrey.
right. Well,
A little place in Surrey.
okay. We need to get the address and we need to turn up on the doorstep. Heavy-handed.
Hey you.
Hey, you. Yeah.
Hey you. And do it like this.
I've
like
just
this.
had an email earlier this evening from a gentleman who I'm a huge fan of.
Oh, excellent.
And he's
that
an
narrows it down to about 10,000.
Yeah. And he's an amazing human being. Forget the fact that he's also just one of the most brilliant keyboard players I've ever had the pleasure of watching play.
Yeah.
And he's getting on a bit. But he's an
Mr.
absolute
Wakeman.
joy. No, I wish. Still need to bump into him in Dis at some
You
point.
literally have to put a bloody sack over his head.
Yeah,
tie
and that's
him
not
up
an easy
and
feat
drag
because
him.
I'm 5'6" and he's like,
Yeah.
Well,
twice that.
Dave knows him quite well, doesn't he?
It doesn't make any
Used to, I
difference.
think.
Literally, you got to offer him money or knock him out, and he wakes up in the studio and you just video him.
But, no, this guy that I'm trying to get has had a film made about him not long ago.
Oh, okay.
And we're trying to tie things in with. So the film's out, it's been out, but it's kind of going to come out again, so to speak. So we're trying to tie things in, but that will be a really good show. That'll be a really good show.
So no clues then.
No,
I'm on the show and I don't even know who it is.
I'll tell you later.
Oh, all right. Okay.
I would love to have a conversation with Jean-Michel Jarre, but
So would
I'm afraid that my first response to him would be, "Why don't you drop that accent?" It's sort of.
I think my first question to him would be: so who actually wrote those first two albums?
His father.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Did I just say?
Did you say that?
Or I think one of my first questions is: you're not fooling anyone. It's not a question; it's a statement. You're not fooling anybody with that laser harp shit.
Well, there is that as well. Yes.
Although it does technically exist now.
And Michael Jackson copied his glove. Yes,
Yeah.
it's
Love. Actually, I've got a kind of an in with Jarre because I know someone who has done a lot of work on his stuff, on his equipment.
wow.
Oh, what's his face? Thingy.
What's his
That
face?
bloke,
or what's her,
you know.
or what's her face?
Him.
You know, with the hair and the legs.
Are you talking Hideaway?
No.
No.
No. Where's his fucking name?
I don't know.
We might not be talking about the same person anyway.
Well, the person I'm
talking
thinking
about his
of.
tech.
Oh, the French guy.
Yes.
No.
You know, with the legs and
No.
the hair.
And the hair, no.
All right.
No, I'm talking about an English
And the ears.
person.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And she's been, she's the one that did the Nova chord. She had the Nova chord and worked with Steve Howell and sampled it used to be Doties, I think.
Right. Okay.
And she's done stuff for Will from Golfrap, and she's done some Rajan stuff. She had to go out there and do various bits and bobs.
Oh, wow.
She would actually be quite an interesting person to get on, although I don't think
she's an engineer.
Yeah, a very good one.
If she'd come on, that would be great.
Have we had Jem Godfrey?
No, and I would love to get Jem. I haven't spoken to Jem for ages. He's such a nice bloke.
Well, he's in a good mood at the moment because I've just done a memory mode for him. He's like grinning from ear to ear.
So, Jesus Christ, why aren't you?
Ken, if
sorry,
you
I
get
didn't-
anyone like this, just
I'm trying to
say-
get Hans Zimmer, and you're like, what about other people?
Well, technically,
all
you
right.
haven't got Hans Zimmer.
I
Let's
work.
be
I
honest,
do
you
nothing
haven't
but
got
work. I mean, it's just. I'll hit him up. I've got his number.
Just yeah.
Oh, I'll hit him up then. You
So,
know me in my memory.
I love this. You know, Kent Spong, who spoke to Vangelis, who speaks to Hans Zimmer, and just he gets flummoxed by the concept that other people might want to hear from them.
No, definitely. Jem is a gem.
Yeah.
He really is a superb keyboard player. Yeah, we did.
I was talking to Mel yesterday. He hit me up saying, he goes, "Oh, I'm on PSN."
Yeah. We
And
got
he
Mel
goes,
back
Are
on.
you on it? I said, I'm on it every week now, apparently.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Oh, good, cool." I said, "Oh, how's your 3P?" He's going, 3C. He's going, "Oh, it's not well. I have to
Needs
bring it
work."
around." I go, well, you better bring it around then, hadn't you?
Yeah.
Because we might have to
I was-
hold it to ransom.
I was speaking to Mel the other day, and I said, "Oh, you've got to come back on." He said, "All right." We booked him. Well, I booked him for July 1st, and he said, "Yeah, I've got the decorators in, and those should be finished by then, so you'll get to see the new colour in the studio." I was like, "Okay, lovely." And then about an hour later, he says, "Do you know what? Knowing what tradesmen are like, let's do it for a little bit later in July because they might not be finished." So, but we've got him coming back in July, which will be a lot of fun.
Well, Dieter in the chat has said Carlos Botos and Boris Blank.
Boris
would
Blank.
be-
Oh yeah. Well, again,
and then Asia Head says Katerina
Catherine
Barbieri.
Is she related to Richard? Because that name is pretty rare, isn't it? Is she like his daughter or something?
I don't know.
Because we're still waiting to get bloody Richard on, for fuck's sake. Evasive little git.
I'm trying to think. All right, so who have I got on my client list then? We can.
Oh, come on, who haven't you got on your client list, for fuck's sake? Boris, I know someone who knows him, but it's not always easy to just sort of like pitch up and say, "Oi."
Oh, just be a whore. Just do it.
Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And what you don't want to do is like piss people off.
Yeah, I get that. I do that a lot, it seems. So.
But it's you don't want to sort of like overstay your welcome in their inbox, if that makes sense. if I haven't had a response after the second email, I tend to back off.
Yeah. The jokes write themselves, don't they? They really do. Okay. Kurt Ada.
Yeah, I'd like to get Kurt on. I don't. What's his English like? Because I don't want. I'm always conscious about non-native English speakers. I don't want to sort of put them under pressure because like we're all like ish, But yeah, Kurt's a good guy. He's done some fantastic work. I tell you, we've got
we do have enough multilingual linguists in the chat.
That's true.
If you get Germans or French.
Germany,
Andy Brooks can do it. Sort of.
We've got a lady called
Spanish Eddie.
Yeah. We've got Christine Anderson coming on in July, who has done a lot of promo stuff with Analog Solutions, like Telemark and stuff like that. And she's incredibly talented. So we've got her coming on.
Alicia
Dixon
King.
Oh yes, I've made contact with Alicia.
Yeah,
but I haven't gotten round to sort of like, because I don't know her. I know of her, and it's just like I didn't want to sort of like just jump in and say, "Hi, I'm me." I want to build up a rapport.
We've done Kelly Marie as well, haven't we?
Kelly. No. Her choice. No, I think it's just didn't feel like she was worthy, which I think was a bit odd. But
it's strange.
Just like, who would want to hear from me?
I'll tell you what, she's probably not very well known, but she's
Kate Bush. No, I don't know.
No.
Come on, Ken.
Have I got a Kate Bush in? I'm just thinking. No, if I had a Kate Bush in, she'd be here. She'd be here, mate.
I could ask JJ about Anne, couldn't I?
Anne Dudley. Sorry, I would just spaff out.
Becky Williams. Becky Williams.
Is that
up in Derby?
Was that the one that came down when I was there? Who was that? Who brought the was it? No, not the Farfisa.
Oh no, that's Jessica.
Yeah. Another one, Sarah Anglis.
Yeah, Jessica. You should get Jessica on. She's very interesting.
She was most amusing.
Yeah.
Sarah Anglis as well. You know Sarah.
Yeah.
She's really. Because I met Sarah at Bradford in November.
I think Becky Williams has got about.
You remember her, Sass? She was on before me.
Under her belt.
Yeah.
But she's a massive synth nut.
Homegrown said in the chat, Peter Vogel.
Yeah. And Chris Blythe, actually.
Chris is probably easier because he's in LA now. But Peter, I've spoken to him numerous times and said, come on, just stay awake until 3 o'clock in the morning, Sydney time. But no, he's getting on a bit. He doesn't want to do that. But and also the thing with Peter is he does.
You could do a pre-record with him though, because I think it would still be very valid.
And I'd get Kim on as well because get both of them. That would be a good one to do as a pre-record, but live, unfortunately, it's just
or team up with Rands and do it on a Saturday.
Could do, yeah.
Just to I having with what we were talking about yesterday with Vangelis, it's sort of the more of these people we capture for posterity, as well as just
that's why I was really glad that the guys at NAMM a couple of years ago did their they did they get the people and they got they got Peter and Kim for about an hour or so, and I thought that was good. But I mean, I've been wanting to do a Fairlight documentary for God knows how long, and I've spoken to a number of people, and it's just I haven't got the money, I haven't got the time.
Just capture all the stuff.
But yeah, we need to
get the interviews, and then something can be assembled later. But it's capturing that raw.
Well, I've got open invitations to go. I mean, if I went to Australia, all I would have to pay for would be my flights, because Peter said I can go and stay with him. Peter Wilkes said I can go and stay with him. So it's like I can sofa hop for a couple of weeks and just film these people. It wouldn't cost any more than the flights, but the flights aren't cheap. Maybe I'll wait until they do that direct to Sydney.
That's a good suggestion. Alison
Goldfrapp,
yeah.
Well, actually, also Nick Batt.
I remember having a long conversation with Alison about fridges.
Did we have Nick on?
I think we did back in the early days.
Many, many moons ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it would be great to...
Time for a rematch, isn't it?
Have him back again, because if he's not having to control everything, he loosens up a lot, you know.
Oh, he
sort
does,
of-
Yeah.
Well, I'll probably see him in a few weeks. So,
Who else is there?
and I've got I was speaking to Ty earlier today. We've got to go and see him. But we want to take a camera crew.
Yeah, I would love to meet Ty. I just think I love the guy, you know. And he's so bloody talented, and it really annoys me.
Yeah, well, there you go.
He's nice and
Bastard.
cuddly.
Yes, he is.
Well,
he's cuddly.
it's just the fact anyone who can write music to order, you know,
Yeah.
it's sort of it's not like the rest of us humble beings who sit and, you know, come up
Labour.
with a ditty in our heads. He's actually doing it commercially, but not to make records, but to layer a soundtrack, and not just one. I mean, he's done bloody hundreds, and it's all good.
Oh yeah, you know,
Wanker.
film scores come out of him like, you know, when we go for a piss in the morning. It's,
Yeah. So, I've
but
just
it's
done
the
another,
detail.
you know, X,
it's
Y,
the
Z.
detail of what he does, right? It's not so much the music he does. He goes through.
It's all bloody perfect.
He looks at. He's using a violin, right? He does the sample of the violin, and he goes, yeah. But the thing is when a violinist goes from this C to D sharp,
They would do
the bow
X,
is
Y,
coming
Z.
back.
Yes.
It's not going forward. So then selects that sample and puts it in for that key, and it's like, fuck.
Yeah, what that man's brain looks like inside, God only knows. It's really.
Well, we can open up the CS80 and get a rough idea.
It's
just
very impressive. That's
very
all I'll say.
Impressive, dusty, and tangled.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm still working on Dave Gamson from Scritty Polity.
Oh yeah, that'd be nice.
Who has said he would do it, but again, it's just like scheduling. And who was the other one?
I'm trying to think of it.
Oh well, I was the current Scritty musical director, Rodri. Because I wanted to pick his brains about recreating Cupid and Psyche. I mean, I'd love to get Green Gartside on, but every time I knock on that door, it's just like I'm busy. And he goes.
But also, might I suggest that maybe not just the names, but I mean, you know, people like Grace Griffin, who, you know, she was on Dom's show, and we've talked to her a lot. It's sort of the I was about to say the backroom guys, but that's not the right expression, is it? But the support team around the musicians.
Yeah,
they're
absolutely,
equally as valid, and
Yeah.
and in fact they probably have the stories that they'll talk about that musicians won't. And, you know,
Steve just mentioned Mike Lindup from Level 42. Trust me, mate, I've tried, but he's kind of a shy, reserved guy. But I have put the offer out there. He would be great, Mike Lindup. would be
and Phil
amazing.
Oakey, but he's not known for
no.
Again,
hopefully I'll see him in Sheffield. So last time in Sheffield, ProSynth Network wasn't a thing, or it might have been a thing, but it was only a Facebook page. It wasn't a live stream. Now this time, when I see people like Benj, I'll say, "Oi, you've got to come on the show," and I can do it face to face. Because again, Benj is another one I'd love to get on. Benj Edwards, who is just the sweetest guy and sickeningly talented, and has, like, you know, he's almost like Ty. He's got like one of everything, or most things.
Apart from the stuff he left here.
Yeah. But you know, he made me go all gooey when he came up to me at the last Synth Fest and told me how much he liked my Fairlight seminar, and I was like, "You like me? I like you." That doesn't work.
I liked it when he used to come around a lot, but he came around one day. He was dropping off. I think it was a Selena or something he picked up, and I managed to get him to stay about 5 hours, and he helped me lay the patio to the workshop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just a
Good lad.
Nice.
Good
yeah.
lad.
Proper
Well, I done that
nice.
2,500 for him. He bought a 2,500. There was two guys. There was two 2,500s for sale at Don Larkin's.
Oh, Don, yeah.
And it was two, and they were both in similar shittiness. But I managed to get both of these little puppies going. And Ben had bought one of these. And he says, yeah, we get this in the studio. This is going to be fantastic. I said, yeah. I said, yeah, 2,500, mate. You know, you don't come across them every day. And it had the 1047 resonant filter in it and all this sort of thing, which is a stunning filter. 3.5 grand. He goes, I had to knock him down. I went, yeah. I went, cool, yeah, it's quite a lot, isn't it, really, I suppose? He said, yeah. He says, now it's worth what? 120?
Yes. Well, Paul Artola's saying Simon Askew, a live sound guy for the BBC. Now that could be interesting.
Yeah,
definitely.
I'm trying to think of somebody more, quite now. Somebody who's quite now. Well, I mean, there's
Alison Goldfrapp. So.
There is. Oh Christ Almighty!
You're not down with the kids, are you?
Are any of us?
I think what it is, I get his stage name mixed up with his real name. Give me a moment.
I'd love to get Carl and what's the other guy in Underworld? I'd love to get Underworld on, but that won't happen. I think. No, not Ed Sheeran.
Robin James. What's his stage name? Oh, fuck. Think.
No. Robin James. Jamie XX would be quite cool. He's got some new stuff coming out.
Oh, for crying out! Friggin' hell on a stick.
I'd like to get Lippo on Steve Lipson.
I'll look him up. Give me a moment.
Even Trevor Horn. That'd be fun. Yes, there's a long wish list. It's just getting them. Yeah,
it's getting older, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think at the moment, Robin's
Apex Twin.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Well, yeah, I mean, notoriously.
Well, if I had taken on his GX1, he probably would have owed me a favour by now, so that would have been good, wouldn't it?
But I'd have to really do my homework on it because I'm not. I'm not a fan. I just really don't know his work at all. I've never got into it. Every time I've heard a little bit of Aphex Twin, I'm like, meh. It's just not really got into it.
It's of a genre.
Yeah, it's just not my thing.
Jonas Blue is his stage name.
Yeah.
Nope, still doesn't ring any bells.
He did Fast Car, that remake of Fast Car that nearly got to number one, but Work got to number one, beat it.
Purple Disco Machine. I could probably get Purple Disco Machine.
Maybe get some purple paint, yeah.
No, Matt Johnson, he's another one. Because I got him for a podcast, and I did mention this to him, and he said, yeah, but not right away because he's busy. But
well, that happens though, isn't it? It's the bigger the name, the busier they are.
It's like Blue Weaver, all right? So I've known Blue for a while, and I've tried to get him on the show, and he's like, yeah, I'd love to come on the show, but I'm always out gigging. Because he gigs, having been a member of the Bee Gees band back in the day, he's now a member of a Bee Gees tribute act. Why not? He's an original kind of Bee Gees band member. But more importantly, he was a programmer for the likes of Pet Shop Boys, and that's what. And the other guy, who's the other guy that they have? Pet Shop Boys, Pete Gledel or Gledel. Have you ever done any work for him, Pete Gledel? Because he's a massive synth head.
Quite possibly, yeah.
He'd be a good one.
See, because I must admit, sometimes a synth will come in and it's hidden behind, a right-hand man.
Yeah.
You know, like with hands, it will be Chuck.
Yeah.
So I deal with Chuck more than I deal with hands when it comes to how are we going to ship this and what have we broken this time, kind of thing. And yeah.
You see, back in the day, in the 80s, if the show was going, I could have hooked you up with Mike and Ali Score from Flock of Seagulls,
Yeah.
and OMD, and Frankie Goes to Hollywood.
The thing is, because there was no
Dead or Alive.
There was no definitive keyboard player in Frankie. It was always what was his name? Pete. Would go over the glasses. But I'm good friends with Nash, and Nash is the one that's supposed to be sorting me out with the Juno 106. That was officially it was one of their writing machines, Frankie, and it was on display at the British Music Experience in Liverpool back in the last year. And he said, "Yeah, once I'm not going to do the accent. Once it's out." Because he's proper scouse. It's brilliant. I love it.
At one point, Holly Johnson lived 3 doors away. So.
Oh, love Holly. Again, Holly would be a really good one because Holly is a proper gearhead.
Yes.
He's got a nice, tidy little collection, but Holly is he's
antisocial.
He's a sweetheart, but he picks his, he doesn't. I mean, for fuck's sake, the guy's still alive.
Well,
that's remarkable enough as it
is.
is.
Yes.
But he's an absolute sweetheart, and he's been very kind to me over the years. But as much as I want to ask him, but I just know that I'll just be disappointed because he'll say thank you, but no thank you.
Yeah. What about Ulrich House?
Yeah. Anyone
We can get Ulrich.
Do it. Yeah, go for it. You know my name. You got my number.
Chris had saying
John
BOO.
Battery operated orchestra.
Oh right.
Yeah.
How much of a gearhead is Boy George?
He's had a few bits, hasn't he?
Does it matter?
Roland yesterday was saying about.
Yeah, he's really good friends with.
He gave it all to Roland.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think I did Boy George's JD 800.
Yeah.
That would be a cool guest.
I love him.
I know.
He's such.
I was really surprised Roland came on yesterday. I must admit.
No, it's nice. Nice to have a new face.
He did an album a couple of years ago because he's a massive Jar fan anyway. Well, all of them, like we all are, I suppose. And he wrote this entire album with all the gear that was used on Equinox and Oxygen, all the same gear, but wrote completely different tracks.
Okay.
And he gave me a copy of this album. He said, "Oh, listen to this. See what you think." I said, "Yeah." Thank God he handed it to me in CD form. And I played it, and it was like, holy shit. It's really, really, really good. So, yeah, he's Roland. He's quite a dude, that one.
He seems like a really nice guy. Yes.
Yeah.
No, we have got a big wish list. It's just it's timing, and especially now with a lot of artists or techs or stuff, everyone's out on tour or busy. So
yeah, I'm sure we can pick up a few people on
that.
Well, I say
Volk is saying Laurie Spiegel.
Yeah. Get me a number. I have no idea how to get in touch with Laurie Spiegel.
Well, yeah, I mean, this if any of our chat friends know anyone who knows someone,
I mean, social media contact really doesn't always do the trick.
No, but if they know them,
if they know, as in have
and owes them a favour.
Yeah.
Even better.
Yeah, they've repaired a synth for them recently and still hold it. Yes.
Yeah, that's always handy. Or maybe we can get hold of Jules then.
Jules
Holland.
Oh, well, yeah.
Oh, the man, the legend. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. No, there's loads of people I'd like to speak with.
I'm sure I've got his number still. I can buzz.
One at a time.
Yeah.
Oh. That's how it works.
Well, do you know, we actually said at the end of last year that we would, we might sort of take the foot off the gas with guests, and rather than having one every week, we'd have maybe one a month or something. That hasn't really worked out this year. Although saying that, looking at the schedule the other day, I'm thinking, oh, we've got some big gaps to fill. But
yeah, Ulrich Sunderland. Yeah, the guy who serviced Abba's GX.
Oh,
he did more than serviced it. He brought it back from the edge of death. He done a stunning job on that.
Yeah, I'm going to see that Abba Voyage. When is it? I think July. I think I've got my tickets for. Because that starts next Friday, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I built that whole venue and everything.
I guess I better take off, guys.
I'll
see everybody.
2:20 in the morning here. Jeez. It's barely lunchtime where you are.
I know. Stupid kids and everything.
I know I could have a lay-in tomorrow, so I'm all right. But...
Yeah, even so, it's still
I know.
6 o'clock, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to feel tired. That's for sure. You guys are like, yeah, it is literally 2. I keep the clock. Yeah, so it's 2:21 there. Jeez.
Yeah.
It yes.
I keep it on my thing so that I keep like relative time. I'm like, dude, it's like 2.
It is time to hit the sack, so I will bid you all good night as well. So
Yeah,
I was right on your coattail, to be honest. It's
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I've got to do a show tomorrow as well, haven't I?
Say good night to everybody.
Yes.
Say good night.
Good night.
Good night. Bye.
Night.
Well, good morning.
Hi and goodbye.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Well, cheers, X. It's been nice chatting.
Yeah, it's
and,
nice.
Rob and Kent.
Yeah, turn up more often, buds.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Good man.
And I'll catch you all soon.
Yeah,
Yep.
speak to you
All right,
soon.
buddy.
Night, guys.
Good night.
See you later, mate.
See you later. Oh, it's just me and Lee.
And then there were 2.
Then number 2.
Yeah. Oh God.
I suppose I better hit the
Yeah,
sack.
same here. I'll tell you what, these Herman Miller chairs are supposed to be comfortable, but maybe I'm sitting in it wrong. I don't know.
I've still got to replace the gas lift. So I bought this one. This is where is it? You'll see. You see that? Corsair,
yeah.
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah.
And I did a bit of research because I think Dom has got what's the brand? It's like the in brand for these secret labs or something they're called.
All right.
For these kind of sports bucket seat type things.
Yeah.
But they're not bloody cheap. And
All you need is the 6-point seatbelt and you're laughing.
well, yeah, quite. So I was looking around and my boss said to me, I said, "Oh, can I buy a new chair on expenses?" And she's like, "Yeah, of course you can."
Oh,
so
cool.
yeah, well, cause,
Can I buy one on your expenses as well?
You could possibly. Well, the thing was, she said to me, she said, "How much?" I said, "How much can I go up to?" And she's like, $500. I'm like,
Okay.
Which still wasn't quite enough for a Secret Labs, but
all right. Okay.
I did a bit of research, and these Corsairs were coming up with some pretty good reviews. So I bought it, and it's lovely. You know, it's a proper, you know, bucket seat with all the supports and the neck things and the multi-position arms, and then about a couple of months ago, I noticed that I was just like, I thought, hang on a minute, I'm a little bit low on the screen. What's going on there? And I realised that it was this. The gas lift had started to fail. And I'm thinking, I know I'm heavy, but I'm not that heavy. And I'm well below the maximum rating for the chair. I did check that.
Yeah.
But I emailed them and said, my gas lifter's going. And within a week, there was a new gas lifter sent to me free of charge under warranty.
Nice.
So I can't fault them for that, but I've got to fit it. I haven't fitted it yet. It's sitting over there in the box.
Yeah,
So-
there'll be spring clips involved, no doubt.
No, this one kind of just drops in.
All right.
Yeah, it's weird. It's you can pick the chair up and it doesn't fall away, but it's so I think there are some instructions in. I think you just have to sort of gently knock it out. But yeah, it should be done. Maybe I'll do that this weekend. Yeah, but I haven't got much else to do, thankfully. So far, I did tell Howard about that diode yesterday.
Oh, right, good.
So hopefully he'll have a look at that.
Yeah, because it might just boom, spring into
Yeah,
life.
that's it.
Or blow up on the other.
Anyway, did you
Don't
buy
know with that
fragments,
machine.
by the way?
I did, but it won't install.
Oh.
It says it could not close down the application that was stopping it from closing down.
Maybe just do a
It's
reboot and
probably
try again.
Cubase, so I closed Cubase and fired it up again, and it went, we cannot close down the program that is stopping it from closing down. Well, okay, it's going to be like that. Well, I got out of playing that track.
Oh yeah, you were going to do that.
Yeah.
No, seriously, mate. Just do it live and record it, and then be done with it. Otherwise, you'll be sat there going, "Oh no, I'll stop and start again." Oh no, and then you lose that spontaneity. which
Yeah,
can be
I think probably what I'd like to suggest is record it as playing it as a live performance, and then do another one where I might add some frills.
Yeah, overdubs
to it, little bits and bobs hither and dither, and if it blends in okay, go all right, keep it. Although I'm normally not very fussy. I mean, everything I put up on SoundCloud, go fuck it, that'll do. Rub it. Move on. What's next? So,
yeah.
None of the tracks are what we'd call polished, for want of a better word.
Is anything?
Oh, so Noah's gone to sleep on the wig now.
Oh, bless him.
It's curled up in a little ball. I'll have to wake him up in a minute, poor sod.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, fingers crossed on the DX1.
Yes, well,
we've got legs crossed and Christ knows what else here.
Yeah. I think hopefully it is just that diode, and that's a simple fix. But if not, it might just be a case of having to rebuild the power supply from scratch, which obviously would be a pain. But
yeah,
most of the stuff on there seems pretty good. So yeah.
Well, look, as long as those primary coils are okay, because those are, forget it. We're not getting replacements of them.
No.
Anyway.
I don't think it is, because the power supply was working before. It's just that once Howard had changed those transistors, did it knock out something else that was weak, or did it expose something else that was weak? I don't know. So, but yeah, we'll get that diode changed or tested and checked. Well, you said you test like it works, but it still won't work. So just swap it out and
see what happens.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
Oh dear me. Right, I'm gonna go to bed. I will. I'm grown. I will pass on. Your best wishes to Ben.
Yeah, seems to be doing all right now.
Yeah, so I spoke to him this afternoon. He said he was feeling tons better.
Good.
And then we'll hopefully be home after the weekend. So yeah. Yeah, what a pain in the arse that was. Bless him.
Yeah, well.
I bet he's going to have to cancel
get
some
it in
gigs.
such a way where it actually gets some sort of like longevity out of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Rather than it kick off again, 2 months down the road.
Indeed. All right, buddy.
All right, darling.
Good to hang out as usual.
Yeah, we
See
seem
more
to
of
do
you
this a
than
lot,
my
don't we?
wife.
Yeah. I'm expecting an email from YouTube going, sorry, our hard drives are full. Stop. Start deleting your shows.
Yeah. Oh, dear. Right. Have a good weekend.
And you, sir.
I'll speak soon. All right, buddy.
All right, mate.
Take it easy. See you later. Bye, everyone.
See you guys. Look after yourselves.
Bye.
And it just sits there, and I click, and